three, why the choice of London? This is an indication of, well, for want of a better word, of a neo-colonial mentality. Any major meeting in Nigeria affecting Nigeria affairs, our leaders will jump into the aircraft and they are going to London. It's as if some people are genetically, umbilically tied to the, imperial attachment, colonial attachment to London. It's as if they think better when they are somewhere on the streets of London. And maybe it's a psychological deficit. Let us go to London.
Ruben, but there are other things they do in London.
Well, yes, they also go there for medical checkup.
They see their doctors while holding meetings also.
Because we don't have,
which is also
hospitals,
an indictment of the political class.
That can do it here in Nigeria. So in terms of optics, it doesn't quite look good. All those meetings that they are holding, they could have had those meetings, at home. And as for those governors, from Seyi Makinde to Ikpeazu, to Tom, and Wike himself, I hope they are paying from their pockets. I hope it's not the taxpayers of Oyo State and Benue State and Wike and River State. They are paying for this junket to London to discuss personal issues, conflict of interest. They could have done this discussion here. They probably ordered the wine, ordered water, ordered this thing, and gave tips to the people that attended to them at the hotel where the meeting was held. Nigerians could have benefited from that, no matter how small. Enough of this junket over personal, issues all over the world. The other time they were in Spain. From Spain, they moved to Istanbul. From Istanbul, the meetings were held in Turkey. From Turkey, it's now London. Where are they going to go next? I even hear Peter Obi is going to Germany.
They will end up in Russia.
From Germany, he's going to the USA. Yes, you are right. I hope they won't end up in Russia to go and hold meetings over the future of Nigeria.
No, but Ruben, Peter Obi and Atiku are using their personal money.
Americans come here. You are lucky. I don't know if you've seen, one of our panelists, forefathers. And then you talk about trying to move Africans away from Africa to the West. But I certainly hope.
I don't think you'd have to be a genius to know that the last thing the Horn of Africa needs is more foreign military bases, more weapons, and more European meddling. What we call our strategic relationship isn't about human flourishing. It's about the EU's ambitions as a superpower. There's now a new great game in the Horn of Africa. Greater and lesser powers are pockmarking the place with military bases. France, the US, China, Germany, Japan, Italy, Saudi Arabia all have a presence in the tiny area of Djibouti alone. Mercenaries are swarming in from all quarters. The entire region is being militarized. War is in the air. And what about the people facing climate and food insecurity? None of this benefits them. We talk about instability, but we only make it worse. We flood the place with weapons, hand over the profits to European arms companies and charge the bill to our citizens. And then with the carnage, we go back in and we do it all again. It's a racket. Strategic relationship, it's one thing after another, isn't it? Really, it's the same as it ever was. And all I can say is, God save Africa from Europeans offering help.
Greetings everyone. I thought I should come in today to do a brief one. It should be a brief one regarding the developments of the day. It is clear that BRICS has expanded. The BRICS organization has expanded, and the BRICS organization represents a group of countries that are cooperating economically, and somehow is beginning to even morph into political alliance. And the countries originally included Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. But recently, just today, there's an announcement that came out, and the president of South Africa went on to declare that BRICS will expand by 5 countries. They will invite 5 nations to come and join the organization. And the importance of, just before I go into listing the countries that are due to join, the importance of this organization at this juncture is that they will offer nations that join the organization an alternative to the Western sphere of influence and business and finance, and specifically the dollar this in way of doing business. So they will offer a different way of exchange of resources and currencies, instead of relying only on the dollar. And when you are sanctioned, and we all know what comes from that, the Western sanctions bite very, very hard. And so these nations want to free themselves from the, as they call it, the hegemony of the dollar. So they are, and because of the kind of competition between the West and the East, the Chinese, the West is competing against the Chinese right now, and they're competing against the Russians. There has been a lot of sanctions on Russia because of this war in Ukraine. So, and one of the ways Russia is surviving the sanctions is through the BRICS organization, the exchanges that they are doing with the BRICS organization. And then that's why many nations want to join it, because they want to be able to survive Western sanctions. Maybe Zimbabwe wouldn't be suffering as much as it is suffering right now if there was a BRICS umbrella supporting Zimbabwe. Maybe if Eritrea had it, North Korea, Iran, Cuba, Venezuela, they will all be doing a lot better under the BRICS umbrella. And this is why, and one of the unique features of the BRICS organization is that they don't make political demands of organizations, that's member states. So, and they don't push any agenda like economic reform in your country, LGBT rights, or you have to allow their military base in your country. Any of those things, they don't do any of that. So they free countries up to develop at their own, on their own basis, and they also allow countries to interact without necessarily imposing on nations, as long as it's based on business and agreed terms. That's basically what it is. There's no hidden agenda behind most of their interactions, at least not yet. So that is what BRICS represents. But the countries that, just to highlight the countries that have been invited to join the BRICS organization, these countries, there are 5 of them. They include Ethiopia, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Iran, and United Arab Emirates, known as the UAE. They've invited these 5 organizations, and then Argentina is there. Sorry, I missed Argentina. There's also Argentina on the other side of this is in the pond. So the reason why I focus on these 5 countries is because they are generally around our own area of this thing, in terms of our area of this thing, the continent is surrounding the continent. 2 of them are inside the continent, the others are not. And the title clearly indicates that I'm talking about whether they are biased against this thing. That's the Niger Congo group. Basically, we're talking about West Africa, Central Africa, and the East Africans. So these groups make up over 1 billion of the population of the continent. So why they were excluded from the BRICS? Because some of them applied. Nigeria did apply, and I think the DRC also applied, and one other country in the region did apply. None of them were considered to join the organization. The only countries that were invited to join these organizations were from the Horn of Africa, which is Ethiopia, and Egypt, which is a North African country. Then you go into the Middle East, there is just 3 nations: Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Iran. So how you can draw a circle around them, and you will get, you will hit only the same type of people that they selected to join those countries. So let me just share what I'm referring to here, because I find that very peculiar, because this is not so dissimilar to what the Europeans did too. Most people don't realize it, that they don't realize that what they call it, Ethiopia was present during the Berlin Conference. Most people don't realize that. If you look at that red circle there, it will touch all the nations that the BRICS selected. They were selecting them based on their own interest, nothing to do with whether you merit it or not. And they are isolating a specific group out of it. And the group they are isolating is the Niger Congo group. There's no West African, there's no Central African, there is no East African. They literally bypassed East Africa and went to the Horn and took Ethiopia. And are they going to tell me that Kenya is not qualified to join BRICS? Kenya is definitely qualified. It's just as stable, maybe even more stable than Ethiopia. Ethiopia was at war last year. They had a civil war. It took Obasanjo to lead the team that helped them broker a peace deal for Ethiopia. Ethiopia got access to it. Egypt got access to it. Then 3 Arabic nations have access to it. And I've noticed there is a pattern here, that whenever there is any change going on in the world, the Niger Congo group, the black, basically people that people generally refer to as, the typical black people, they tend to be isolated from it. And even South Africa, that you will say, okay, yeah, South Africa on the extreme end belongs to the Niger Congo group. 80% of South Africa's economy is controlled by Europeans. So whatever South Africa makes, 80% is in the hands of Europeans. And so where are we? 1 billion on the continent. The Niger Congo group clearly is the majority on the continent, and none of their pure core nation belong to this organization. And you can also argue that, some people argue that maybe it has something to do with the fact that our nations are too close to the West, like in the case of Nigeria, because most of them acknowledge that Nigeria, yes, is the largest economy in Africa. So why is it not part of BRICS? Some people say it has something to do with corruption. Some people say currency issues. So people make all kind. They will come up with every excuse under the sun, and almost every single one of them you can knock it down based on the criteria that the other countries are also what they are also doing. Because if you want to say Nigeria is too close to the West, Egypt is also very close to the West. Egypt gets billions of dollars every year from the West, and they get weapons from the West, from America, the head of the West. Ethiopia, if you want to say Nigeria is a little bit unstable, Ethiopia had a civil war. They had a civil war. And there's still a lot of killings going on in Ethiopia right now. There's still a lot of struggle going on there. And yet they were able to join. Saudi Arabia is at war with Yemen. I think the war is still going on, or maybe it's come down a little bit. They were at war with Yemen till a few months ago. Which other one? And Saudi Arabia also gets weapons from the Americans. Iran is under sanction, and okay, Iran is one of those countries you say, yeah, as a bad boy on the block, it will benefit a lot. It meets all the criteria in terms of it's developing, it's relatively advanced, stable, and it's not part of the Western alliance. So it will be quite attractive to the BRICS organization. That you can argue that Iran has a kind of, some of the qualities of Iran is better than that of Nigeria from that point of view. If you want to start talking about allegiances and all the rest of it, Iran ticks almost all the boxes. They are technologically relatively advanced. They are relatively secure. They are relatively stable. They are not part of the Western alliance. So they tick. If any nation is cleanly qualified, there is Iran that is number one. UAE has a lot of alliances with the West. Many Western people go there all the time. They have a lot of alliances with the West. So in the end, what it comes down to for me was that I feel like they would draw up every criteria they want to draw up to isolate the Niger-Congo group. They will always have an excuse for saying, you didn't meet this criteria, you didn't meet that one, and you'll be isolated. Because clearly, if you look at the countries that actually need it most, it's like DRC needs it most. DRC needs the stability that the BRICS will provide it, that the exploitation that is going on. Clearly, some of the BRICS members are also exploiting the DRC because the Chinese are there. You know, the Chinese are in the Democratic Republic of Congo. They are also mining some of the raw materials of Congo. So they are also part of the issue that the black Africans are facing. So why should they want to give them access to their club now? And people think that, oh, one of the things that you hear when when I was on the platform, I was complaining and typing some of these comments, and some people were saying, no, don't worry, next time. It's like, what is the next time? There is no next time. This is the kind of nonsense that they give us anytime. They give us platitude and tell us that, wait, next time your turn is going to come. And I don't blame them. It's our people that are the ones that are missing the boat. Now, we don't seem to realize where our bread is buttered. Because whenever it comes to when they need us, that's when One Africa is happening. But whenever they don't need us, oh, suddenly One Africa is not there anymore. Just today, I was hearing reports that Saudi Arabia and we're doing some stuff to Africans at their border, and the same thing has happened in North African countries. Was it not just about 3 months ago when Nigerians were trying to escape the war in Sudan, and they tried to cross into the Ethiopian Ethiopia, and they were blocked from coming into Ethiopia for whatever reason? But these people, Nigerians, were trying to escape a war zone, and they were blocked from coming into Ethiopia. But whenever there is any big issue now to deal with, like Ethiopia was dealing with last year or last 2 years when they were fighting a civil war, it's all about One Africa then. And I think the continent, when you talk about Pan-Africanism on the continent, some people talk a lot of Pan-Africanism, but while others act it more. And I'm afraid to say to Nigerians that, we don't talk Pan-Africanism enough. But if you look at the records on the continent, Nigerians actually act more Pan-African than many African countries, which is strange for me to say, because, I'm very, very happy to criticize Nigerians any day when they are doing something wrong. But what is more Pan-African than Obasanjo heading a team that helped Ethiopia reach a peace deal? What is more Pan-African than Nigeria sending police officers to go and train officers in Somalia? Nigerians have been making sacrifices for many African countries, but when it comes time for them to show allegiance to Nigeria, or at least support Nigeria for something, they'll say, don't worry, your turn is going to come, your turn is going to come. And the people that say this to us are the ones that are patronizing us. And they are not the majority on the continent. I've had this conversation with many of them quite a lot. And what you tend to find with them is that they'll be talking down to you, knowing full well you are a giant, because they know we are 1 billion in population. We are the majority. So in other words, if Africa does well, what do you think that means? It means this majority group is a dominant group. And sometimes it's not in their interest to allow that to happen. And what BRICS has just done is basically selected a certain type of people and excluded all the other types of people from our region. For whatever reason, yeah, you can argue that Saudi Arabia has a lot of oil. So, they want that control of the petrodollar there, which is fine. You can make that argument. Nigeria also has oil. Nigeria has gold. I don't know whether Saudi Arabia has gold. Nigeria has all kinds of other materials. So they don't care for that too. Why? You see what I mean? UAE is just an economic center. UAE, Ethiopia what resources has Ethiopia got that they have to give it to Ethiopia before Nigeria, or not include Nigeria as part of the people countries that should join BRICS? Egypt, okay, if you ask me, I'll say, yeah, technically Egypt should qualify, because see, if there had been one Niger Congo country was selected, I don't think I will be making this video right now. Let's say they chose DRC, Kenya, or Nigeria, or Ivory Coast. I won't be having this video will not exist. But to exclude 1 billion people on the continent, in a continent of about 1.4 billion, that is crazy. Completely exclude them from the BRICS organization, when many of them applied for the same position. I give it to only the ones in the periphery of the continent. And it's very, very interesting. They often give it to the ones at the peripheries of the continent, and ideally not too African, which I don't know. Are you going to say it's because we are poor? That's why they are doing it? I don't subscribe to that. I don't think it's because of our poverty. I suspect that it has something to do with some historical bias, because we forget Ethiopia was present in the Berlin Conference. Ethiopia was there at the Berlin Conference, even if they don't have a lot of say, but they invited them. They didn't invite any other black country. So it tells you the way these people think. Even Egyptians, the treatment the Egyptians got is different from the Egyptian we got. And the problem with many of our people is that they don't use their tongue to count the number of teeth in their mouth. They don't really know themselves. We haven't woken up to the fact that we need to take charge of our own destiny. And I don't understand, one of the reasons why many people think that Nigeria didn't get it, well, that's one of the reasons they gave, that it's possible reason why Nigeria didn't get it, is that they felt that maybe BRICS felt that Nigeria was too close to the West, that Tinubu was too close to the West. Maybe that's the reason why. Personally, I'm not so sure, because all the other countries that are on that list, only Iran and maybe Ethiopia, you can argue that it's not that close to the West. And the only reason why Ethiopia is not that close to the West is because of the civil war that they were fighting in the country, because they felt that the West was supporting the rebels or the Tigray group in the country. So because after all, the current leader of Ethiopia got the Nobel Peace Prize, didn't he? So he wasn't exactly averse to dealing with the West. It was just because of the civil war, and that's when they started turning against the West, and we all supported it, which is the right thing to do, because you don't want foreigners to be, engineering conflict on the continent. We all supported it. But what I find peculiar is that when it comes time to support us, you don't tend to see that. You really don't tend to see that. Nigerians, in terms of this continent, we have acted more Pan-African than any other nation. I can literally say that. Others, they talk it, they don't do it. Our problem is that we don't talk it, but we do too much. And because of that, nobody cares, because we don't talk. How many Nigerians knew that Obasanjo went to help strike peace deal in Ethiopia? If not because some people are talking about it now and again. Nobody celebrates it, that we did all those things. Some of the negotiation you see ECOWAS doing and the African Union doing, there are Nigerians in there. Obasanjo was at the heart of the creation of the Pan-African Parliament in the African Union. But this history is not necessarily known to Nigerians. Nigerians have done a lot for this continent and have done a lot for every single group, and we don't get any reward for it. If anything, one of them was telling us that, oh, your people are corrupt and your people don't punish corruption or criminal behavior, that our government don't punish criminal behavior. It's like South Africa is the headquarters of is the crime capital of Nigeria, of Africa. South Africa crime rate is one of the highest in the world. Nobody's talking about that. The ones that are at war, they don't talk about it. But when it comes to us, somehow they talk down to us all the time, and that I find problematic. And our people, what they've done is that they've internalized this. I don't know whether a kind of weird inferiority complex where they don't necessarily know what is happening to them. They just, when people tell them, oh, it's okay, so they agree with it. When people say your people are criminals, you agree with it. But there are many other countries with criminals. As a matter of fact, if Nigeria was getting the reward from criminal activity in the world, if they told you the amount that is lost from crime in the world every year, I think it runs into trillions of dollars. Are you telling me that Nigerians have got a $500 billion in their pocket? No, we are not the ones. We are not the biggest criminals. We are not even the 10th earner in criminal activity. We are not. We are just as everything. We are just feeding on scraps, and they give us, when we take a tiny scrap of criminal, we do a tiny scrap of a criminal activity, they give us the award of the biggest criminal on the face of the earth, and we accept it, we internalize it. I can search the data now and present it to you and show you how much is lost each year due to crime around the world. And you find that if Ethiopia, Nigeria was getting a 10th of that amount, Nigerian economy would not be where it is now. Even if it's from criminal activity, Nigerian economy will not be where it is now. If they tell you the kind of criminal activity that India's engaging, or the Far East and East Europeans, what they engage in, the money that they are raking out of each economy, who do you think is hacking all these banks and extorting huge sums from them? You think it's Nigerians? The Nigerians do a few million here and there. We thought it's money. These guys are making a whole heap of money from people out there, stealing like crazy, and they come and call us criminals. I don't subscribe to that. If anybody comes and tell me that nonsense, get out of my site. Come and show me the numbers before you call Nigerians criminals. Nigerians are if people knew, the other day I was having a conversation, and I was having a conversation with people, and I was like, which country shows the greatest kind of respect to their elders in Africa? And they try to say, oh, it's from East Africa and all the rest of it. But when you check it, Nigerians are some of the most respectful people. And because that conversation was coming from when they were talking about Nigerians are very boastful, we are brag too much. But we are also very respectful to our elders. Now, if you look at Nigeria, and if you look at all the cultures, when I show them the pictures of Yoruba people lying on the floor, greeting elders and all the rest, their mouth closed now. Their mouth closed, because they know that they don't even resonate at that level. So I think this is something that we need to start understanding about ourselves. We are a great people, and for some reason, we too have accepted that we are not. For some reason, we may not say it, we've accepted it. That is a problem. For me, I've come to a point whereby I'm fed up of people telling us that we are not good enough. We should wait for our turn. We can't, this is not the way to be. Look at the suffering we have been suffering. And for me to be reading that thing today, I'm supposed to be congratulating these nations, and which I did. It's a good thing that the BRICS is expanding. But again, why should we be left behind? And I hope this situation is rectified in the next wave of this in admissions to the BRICS organization. It's a shame, because our Nigerian our Nigerian leaders, they don't talk about the BRICS. They don't talk about alliances. This is how nations emerge. You have to have solid alliances. That is how nations emerge. But Nigeria just sits there, and our leaders sit there not doing anything. They applied, but they didn't say too much to Nigerians about it. They did apply. They don't say too much to Nigerians about, oh, we are applying for BRICS, so we need to join BRICS. So this is, campaign. Try to get your people energized. And when you do that, the people that are making decisions will take that into account. That, you know what, these people, maybe we should consider them. They are the largest economy on the continent. They are eager. They mean business. Then you will join. And if Nigeria had joined it, it would have given Nigeria a lot of leverage to do all kinds of different things. Now they are advantaging other groups on the continent. They are giving them advantage on the continent. That, okay, you guys go ahead first, then the Niger Congo group can start coming in last. Because when you join when you join an organization like the BRICS, and you are one of the first members, like the first 5 members, now they have privileges. And the ones that have just joined may also have privileges over the ones that are coming in, because you are the more, the core members are 5, then the others are joining in. It just keeps increasing like that. It's based on privilege. But that said, it may not apply. We don't know, but it makes sense to join an organization like this earlier than later. It's not a military organization. It's just an organization that says, you know what, we are going to cooperate. We have to have alternatives way of spending money. We can't be relying on IMF all the time that are exploiting us and getting us to sabotage our own economies. Stuff like that. This stuff is going to free a lot of countries up. And because of it, even an American senator was saying that American sanctions will be meaningless in 5 years because of what the BRICS is doing. It's going to be completely meaningless. So that is how powerful it is. Again, we are not part of it. But I will leave it at that for now. I don't want to stay too long here rambling on about this. I think the image speaks for itself. That image speaks for itself. You can't mistake it. There is a specific area they went to on the map and say, you know what, we are going to take all these people from this region and leave the other group behind for whatever reason. If you are talking about stability, Cote d'Ivoire is stable, Senegal is stable, Ghana is stable. They've not had any issue. Ghana, technically, economy and safety is very, very high. They locked all of us out. Everybody out. That is what I have a problem with, and that is why I'm here. And normally BRICS is one of, and the only reason why I say these things, I need to worry that BRICS is somewhat looking like every other organization that wants to divide and conquer. They come in, they take the smaller groups, put them in as part, bring them close, like the Europeans brought Ethiopia close. They did, and then from there, then they can do whatever they like with the others while maintaining the appearance of, being fair. You're not being fair at all. And when when the South African president was reading the list, you would think that he was reading the list. He was reading a document that this thing terrorists handed to him to read before he's executed. he wasn't smiling. You are inviting people to come and join your organization, and he wasn't smiling. That is weird. Because he probably had a lot of bruising arguments with his co-members. He probably had a lot of bruising argument with them, and they were like, "Oh, you know what? You are not going to get these countries to join. We are going to have these countries join that we like." The Indians may have spearheaded this. If you look at that area that I marked on the map, they are basically Indians. Many of them, historically, they've been trading with each other in those regions. So India will be definitely for this. China will be for it, for the purpose that China wants to pull Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Iran away from the West. And if they succeed in doing that, that is a very, very powerful thing. So I just feel like the way they are doing this is a kind of reminding me of what the Europeans did. They are trying to just divide and rule, and for better or for worse, Africa will be poorer for it. It's short. It's definitely for worse. There's no way it will be poorer, and it's for the better. So we'll be poorer for it, when they do this type of things, because what that is going to just remind us of is that we're on our own when the continent is supposed to be united. They are supposed to be picking people from different regions of the continent, not because you just want to be equitable, some kind of way, because they are qualified. What I see here is bias. That's what I see. I see bias instead of just hard facts that they are supposed to follow. You can't tell me Ethiopia, that was in civil war, is more stable than Cote d'Ivoire or Senegal. You can't tell me that. As a matter of fact, Nigeria is even more stable than Ethiopia, that was in all out civil war. Nigeria is a democracy. For better or for worse, it's still a democracy. It's not a military regime. So if you want to come in and have a conversation about this, it's just going to be a brief conversation. And just to be clear, we want to keep the conversation clean, and we don't want, there's no need to use profanities, because it has come to my attention that the people, the viewers of the channel are generally, there are some young people, and there are some, elderly people, respectable people that have, lived their life very well, and they frown at certain language that some of the panelists used recently. So we want to keep it clean, and I see the merit to that, because we want the message to reach every group of people. And if you are using certain languages, you are restricting it. You are not allowing the message to reach the young generation, the others that are out there, so that they can also participate and get some of the ideas that we are trying to get across. Because these ideas are powerful. They are not for nothing. And they are actually important. Nigerians need to understand that this world is not giving us what we are due. And I don't think it's their fault. It's because we are not making our own case for it. I'm fed up of Nigerians apologizing for being Nigerians because of some silly stereotype we've internalized. And some of our people are not helping. Some of our people go out there and they badmouth the country and badmouth the people of the country because they don't know any better. They don't know any better. I ask myself, when you look at a nation like this thing, recently I was studying what happened in Russia when Stalin was in charge. It cost the lives of about 15 million people. The starvation that his policy cost, 15 million perished. I don't see Russians very happy to abandon their motherland, as they call it. They are willing to do anything for their motherland. They are willing to do what it takes. You don't see Russians. If anything, it's Americans that run from America to Russia. They don't abandon it. The Chinese, those ones, they even decided that, what Stalin did was a little bit too childish. They took it on another level. The Chinese lost 50 million. Go and check the Chinese population. Their population dropped. At one point in the late 50s, their population dropped because of the policies that Mao Zedong imposed on the country, and there was famine too. They persevered. They were living on rations, and while they were building, these people were building ballistic missiles and nuclear technology, and they were living on rations, and people were dying at the same time. Why is it that we Nigerians often think that we are the one that have had it worse? We haven't. That is the truth. Just as I would tell you that we shouldn't apologize to people for being who we are, I'm also obliged to tell you that we haven't had the worst of experience in this world. There are people that have suffered, like really, really suffered. And some of them are still suffering today, but they still carry on. And they are still loyal. Somebody once said loyalty is the holiest good of the human heart. And I think that when people admire their, love their moms because their mom gave them life. How about the land that even gave your mom life? That has given all your ancestors life till now. Why no sign of respect, love for that same land, like other people do for their own distant land? And we Nigerians, we need to start checking ourselves when we just say some things about the country, because you don't know who is listening. Some people, when they listen to it, they say, that's true. They are some of the worst people. Even the people that know that their own history is worse, they will still think, oh, he must be worse, because they must know what we too have gone through, and they didn't think their country is worse. And because we think that, we allow people to tell us that we are not worthy, and they get away with it. And hence, you see this sort of stuff happen on broad daylight. You have a continent of about 1.4 billion people, and the people that make up 1 billion, they just completely ignore them. They completely ignore them in the reshuffle of the BRICS organization. And the same thing is happening in the UN too. The UN, African countries are barely listening to it, really. Nobody. Where are we? No, where are we listening to? We're part of this thing, Commonwealth, that only one family produces the leader of that organization, and the organization is basically toothless, only as a tool to control us. They can tell me, because I don't know what the benefit of the Commonwealth is. Does anyone know what the benefit of being part of Commonwealth is? Because I don't know. Because right now, one of the benefits of being part of an organization like that would have been visa-free travel to, countries that belong to the Commonwealth, or special trade deals, stuff like that. I don't see any of that happening for us. So I don't see the UK having any special trade arrangement with Nigeria at all. They don't. So what is the benefit of being in Commonwealth? Somebody should tell me if they know. Because that organization, that's the only organization I think Nigeria belongs to, that not all parts of the world belong to. Not every, because UN is for everybody, so that you can't call that special. But South Africa belongs to BRICS. Ethiopia now belongs to BRICS. No, it's part of BRICS. I mean, not belongs to. This in Egypt is part of BRICS now. Where is Nigeria in all this? Nigeria is an absentee landlord. It's like we are not doing anything to even change our status at all. We are not doing anything, and this is why I accuse our leaders of being caretaker governments. They are not there to help us develop. They are there to keep us where we are. That's what our leaders, at the tippy top of it, that is their raison d'etre. That is what they are there to serve. To keep us where we are. These people, because if you were keen on us joining BRICS, or on Nigeria doing better, you will see moves. You will see that you'll be hustling. It's not like we have to even overdo it. We are literally not. We are wealthy. We have it all. We have coastline. We have natural resources. We have diverse culture. We have even a river that runs through the country, which is a natural highway. But what did you do with it? Zero. We have a natural highway inside the country. There is a reason why Nigeria is so densely populated, because that land has been blessed. It's unusual. It's the most densely populated region in Africa. Quite unusual. Unusually highly populated, because the land is very, very fertile. It's got a lot of wealth, a lot of riches. So what is this lamentation some Nigerians do sometimes? Because that's what leads to all these type of things that we are suffering. it leads to all these things that we're suffering. And I have to give it to these people, many of these people, they will come to you today, they will literally be in famine, they will be starving, and they will be telling you what to do. You can't even make it up. Literally, they will be showing videos of their children starving with kwashoko and begging for money for food. And they will come to you and say, look at you, you are eating bushmeat. Look at you, you are living in a densely populated area. Look at you, you are ugly. Look at us, we are the pretty ones. It's like, why do we accept all these prescriptions from people? That's why they are doing better. That's why they are doing better than us.
If you see the way most of people, the way they look at us, Nigeria, even our fellow African brothers, I don't blame them. If you look at it, Nigerians themselves, they are the one who always talk bad about their country outside. The country is bad, the country is not good, and they wish the country so much bad thing to happen. Then they complain. Then when they face issue outside, they will complain. Then they end up calling the same government. So we should, in our criticism of our country, we should be careful with what we say outside, mostly to our fellow other black people and white people. Doesn't make sense. Yes, things are not working properly, but doesn't mean you should just downgrade your country outside. Even look, currently now, a lot of people are bashing Burna Boy because of the way he downgraded some of his fellow artists. We do that a lot. When we are with other people, we just downgrade our people. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, because when you sorry, let me just say this. When you encounter Nigerians doing this and you tell them, they say, "Oh, why shouldn't they talk? When you beat a child, why can you expect the child not to cry?" And it's like, yeah, you can complain, but there is a way you do it. Other people don't just come out and just start badmouthing their people like everything. They literally cause the country. They could go on to cause the country. Go ahead.
Ghana is in a bad position economically. Have you seen Ghanaians online condemning their country? Have you seen them once? Inflation is almost close to 50%. Have you seen Ghana want to set their country on fire? No. But it's always Nigerians.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Forefather, are you able to share my screen? I would like to make a point why Nigeria was not accepted into BRICS.
Of course, they will not accept. A lot of people end up calling their president a drug baron. What do you expect? You want them to add drug baron to the group? No, it won't happen.
Yeah, let me pull your information in. Hold on, let me pull that out and bring this in.
Go ahead, Kezu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Forefather. I appreciate the time to share my screen.
So I'm Forefather's now, Kezu to you. Okay, go ahead, Kezu.
Okay, so now someone else.
Kezu, why don't you introduce yourself? You guys didn't introduce yourselves at all. People don't know who you are.
Yeah, very good point. Actually, let me go and do some free advertising and share my channel too, so people can find me. But yeah, hey guys, what's up? Forefather and me go back at least 3 years back. We've been interacting in various different ways, and we've had lengthy conversations on these topics on various platforms over here. And I'd like to say that we've actually been able to dig deep on certain topics, conversations, and other factors. So my name is Dr. K. I am a doctor of materials physics, and I'm also a African correspondent. On my channel, it's called the Kaisorian Empire. I am the emperor. So shout out to you guys, and thank you for having me here, Forefather.
You're welcome. You're welcome with your Forefather's stuff. Okay, go ahead. Tell us why it's justified to keep Nigeria. And it's not only Nigeria, because when you are doing this, you know that there are other African countries that apply, that belong to the Niger-Congo group, that we are not accepted to. It's not only Nigeria, but you can go ahead and make your case against Nigeria.
So now I made a list of reasons why Nigeria will not be accepted into BRICS. So if you remember during the Assembly of United Nations member states on whether a case to sanction or not sanction or abstain from voting against Russia during the war situation, Nigeria was one of the countries that voted towards embargoes and sanctions. So Nigeria was willing at this point, right? The leadership in Nigeria was willing to put sanctions and embargoes against Russia. So now, whether this was because of the Western influence and pressure, that's a separate discussion. But the point is, Nigeria was one of the countries that voted towards sanctioning Russia. And of course, that
Yes.
will prevent Russia from doing trade easily, etc. So that means there's no blood loss between Russia and Nigeria. And Russia is one of the voting members of BRICS, right? There was 5 original members. Each would put $10 billion towards the new development bank. And that would mean each one has a voting share of, I guess, a fifth. In this case, I believe Nigeria ruined their relationship with Russia. Next, Nigerian Naira went from 400 Naira to $1 when it was a fixed currency situation. But when it went to floating currency, meaning it was no longer backed by the dollar, it went to 780 or so Naira is $1. Now, what that meant is, or rather what it means is right now, as things are currently standing, Nigeria might not be the best new addition to BRICS because BRICS is not going to launch immediately with a new currency. That will take time to develop. What they are planning to, at least what they've stated, is that they will be allowing local currency trade between nation member states. So what that means is South Africa buying from India will be buying with South African currency, local currency, the rand. South Africa will not need to go exchange and find dollars in order to buy from India. This will obviously remove the dollar as a middleman, as well as the control from the US Treasury, who can just print monies and control the economy that way. So I state that Nigeria might not be a good representative right now because it's not experienced a long term of stability under the new floating currency system. Point number 3, UAE and Saudi are accepted. And of course, they already decided to accept them before they had the conference. So if UAE and Saudi are accepting the BRICS, and they're already one of the largest oil exporters, meanwhile, Nigeria is also on the brink of actually having a functional large oil refinery. This will be a competitor for some of those new countries that they have allowed. And the reason why Saudi and UAE have been accepted, of course, this happened previously, even before this this event. Saudi had a deal, obviously, with America for the petrodollar, right? So that means they're the ones who began that whole control of all oil traded around the world to be sold in dollars. Saudi said, we're no longer going to be using that system anymore. The moment they stated that, they already accepted into BRICS. Now, all I'm saying is Nigeria is seen as a competitor to UAE and Saudi, since they'll have a free market similar to European Union, and Nigeria is not the best right now in that whole. Number 4, this is actually a positive, right? Nigeria is the largest, because people wonder, well, why did they not let Nigeria in? Nigeria is the largest economy in Africa with $500+ billion economy. Well, that's what this question is right now. Egypt, why did they let Egypt in, right? Egypt has access to the Suez Canal. This canal controls access to waterways between the Oceania, India, China, Africa, and the West. So obviously, it makes perfect sense why Egypt is there. Also, Egypt marks as an access route to North Africa in general, because they have that sort of country in there. Now, South Africa, of course, it makes sense because South Africa is one of the more industrialized nations. South Africa actually had the money to put in, right? $10 billion. Each country has to put in $10 billion as stake towards the new bank, right? So South Africa met those requirements. Also, if you look at the historical ties between South Africa and the Soviet Union was heavily involved in actually the freedom of South Africa by funding them both in training as well as ammunitions towards the racist white supremacist regime over there. So yeah, if you take all these points together, to me, it makes logical sense why Nigeria was not taken in right now. And if we talk about the other Black African nations, I do believe a lot of these other countries don't even have the money to put into the bank as immediate collateral, which is $10 billion. Most of them don't. And Nigeria obviously has it. Ethiopia obviously has it. Now, why did they take Ethiopia? Ethiopia doesn't have access to a sea. Ethiopia isn't necessarily stable. The birr has also experienced the last 10 to 15 years drastic inflation. That's the Ethiopian currency, right? Ethiopia is also experiencing ethnic divide right now between the Amhara and the Oromo people, like the OLF, etc., and it's experienced war and all that stuff. Well, I believe actually one of the reasons why Ethiopia was taken was to try to also kind of create some kind of peace between Egypt and Ethiopia. This is far-fetched for other reasons, right? Access to hang on.
Yeah, reaching.
Yeah, I'm reaching there. I know. And also, I do believe it's access to Horn of Africa, as is the largest country in East Africa right now. Now, Kenya would have been taken, but Kenya was not a coon to apply for such a losers club, right? As I said, BRICS is a losers club where, as I mentioned before, right? If you're a young kid, remember there was that cool kid who had all the best shoes, the best clothes, and then all the losers didn't have anything. So the losers came together, bought one shoe, and now thinks they can compete with the cool kid. Shout out.
Yeah, and you can see now there are so many holes in your narrative there, because one Ethiopia one don't even go there. That is just reaching on so many levels. That is why you should not even
No.
bother
The
with that one.
Ethiopia I agree. That's
Ethiopia
why
one, there's no
I didn't
argument
even
there.
write it
Even.
on my list.
Yeah.
So imagine
that,
I didn't write Ethiopia on my list. So
but
let's
that's
not
my
choose Ethiopia.
problem,
That
though.
one
That's
is
why I said this. That's why I said that is my problem. If they just chose one nation from the other side, I wouldn't be having this conversation. I'll be like, okay, fine. If you like, give Egypt the 3 other countries in North Africa, whatever, it doesn't matter. But they completely excluded a specific group, and it just brought back memories of the knowledge I just found out recently that even Ethiopia was present at the Berlin conference, this meeting, and it's like they welcome certain groups amongst them, even if they are completely disempowered. They welcome them in. They are doing the same thing. They are not looking to truly empower certain groups on the continent. If anything, you should be looking to move towards Nigeria because you want to help stabilize Nigeria. Was it not China that helped this in Iran and Saudi Arabia come to terms? No, you don't see them doing that because they have their own specific biases too. And that is something that if we don't start recognizing now and recognize it when it's too late, we are not going to be able to get out of it on time. And because as a people, the East Africans maybe like the Honors may not have any concerns here. After all, Ethiopia is the one that is being accepted. But I'm talking about it from the point of view of the major dominant culture on the continent that is completely being excluded without even being invited, without being, many of them don't even know because many Nigerians are not even aware that Nigeria even bothered to apply for to join the BRICS organization. So in terms of the money,
Nigeria, we applied this year, so I also see the reason because we applied too late.
the same thing with Ethiopia. Ethiopia applied late too, and many of them did apply. Some of them there did apply late too, and part of it is because in terms of the money, we have the money. If it's $10 billion, that's not the problem. After all, Nigeria was it not Nigeria part of the people that have set up the Afrexi this same bank? So that is not a problem. Nigerians are already into finance. Nigerians are building a lot of banks in the African continent itself. Nigerians are they've shown themselves to be very, very Pan-African. They were they not the ones. Was it not Obasanjo that went and helped help Ethiopia reach some kind of accord with the Tigray group? So we do all kinds of stuff on the continent. Yeah, we may not be, jumping and dance, and we also have in the entertainment area. We lock it down. There is something, the soft power is also there. Nigeria has so many stuff going for it, and they lock Nigeria out. Come on, man. You can't convince me of this. And some of the things that these people are doing, we in the continent I begin to realize it because when, Kezo, I mentioned it to you the last time, that during that war in Sudan, my eyes opened to certain things on this continent. When you see fellow African countries that are part of the African Union blocking Nigerians from entering their countries from a war zone, similar to what the Polish people were doing, and some people try to excuse it. No, I can't excuse that. And tomorrow, these same countries, when something hits them, it's one Africa. It's only one Africa when they need us. But when we need them, oh, please don't worry, take your time. It's going to be your turn. And I've seen this repeatedly done. And when I'm having conversation with East Africans, you were there now when I was having a conversation with Mo and all the other. They sound very patronizing. And I don't blame them to an extent, because our people that allow it to carry on. Our useless leaders, I don't know whether they themselves have internalized their own inferiority complex. They've allowed the whole thing to carry on. But I feel like 1 billion people have a right to have their voice heard. They have a right to be represented properly. And this is why I talk about these things, because it just seems totally inappropriate. I'm not even going to call it unfair, because we are the one inflicting it on ourselves. So I don't know. Welcome. This thing. I think OJ Lucky was here first, and we all jumped over him. Man of Prestige, don't worry, I'm coming to you. OJ Lucky, sorry, you came here first. Please introduce yourself, and what do you think about what we've been talking about?
It's all good, man. Hey, what's going on, bro? How you doing?
I'm fine. I'm
You hear
fine.
me?
Thank you. Welcome. Yeah, welcome. We can hear you. There's a bit of noise
Yeah,
in the
man.
background.
Yeah, man. I'm at work again, man. I'm a mute, man. I'm gonna just listen, man. I'll chime in later if that's cool.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you. Man of Prestige, go ahead. Welcome. Thank you for joining us today. And yeah, what do you think about the announcement from the BRICS organization?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's nice to be on this platform. I'm one of Prestige, and I'm calling from California, San Diego to be specific. Yeah, it's a very interesting topic, we're analyzing today. And I think the question is, why Nigeria not invited? I have my own opinion, but I may not be accurate, because it's not a data that I can pull it up from. So I'm just speaking from what's that noise about? The noise. Can you minimize the noise? Okay. I'm just speaking from my own perspective when it comes to global economy. Okay, let's start with what is this break? I think, and what is their main objective? Apparently, the main objective is to challenge the G7, which comprising of USA, UK, Germany, Canada, Japan, and France, Italy, and some other global trading partners, mainly in the Europe. I mean, that's their main objective, because they feel like dollars, which is emancipated from US, is dominating the world economy. So they want to, pivot to a different angle. And this is coming from Russia. You know how Russia feel about America. So that's where this problem is, and they want to forge and get their own currency. But right now, it's not. From what I have read, there's no true way.
Get to the point. Why is Nigeria not accepted, brother? We
Hey,
know what
brother.
breaks it.
Hey, brother. This is my own narrative, okay? And let me land. Thank you. So why the question is that why are they not accepting Nigeria? Okay, this is my own story. Nigeria doesn't have that much clout that they used to have before, because there's some kind of misinformation going on right now. You all need to check about the current data. Some you can say Nigeria is not the African largest economy anymore. Go and check it. It's South Africa followed by Egypt. Nigeria is a distant third. And one of that problem you're having is the falling of the
No,
naira.
this is misinformation, brother. Nigeria
I'm
is
giving you the right information.
no,
You have a
no, sorry,
misguided.
brother. What we will not allow is misinformation. We can check right now.
I'm a true Nigerian. Nigeria is the third largest economy in
Whether you're
Africa.
Nigerian, it's irrelevant. Nigeria is the largest economy in Africa. Please, let's not have a misinformation. Forefathers, let me pull up the information right now from a reputable source.
Thank you. Yeah, man of Prestige.
Let me continue with my own decision. And you pull out
If
your own
some other
information.
person come and
Hold on.
correct you, that okay, go ahead, man
I'm
of
not here
Prestige.
to give misinformation.
You see what I was saying?
Can I finish something? Let me land. Then you can counter me, please.
Let him finish. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, you can counter me whatever information you have. So what am I trying to say? I've told you the reason why they formed the break to begin with, to challenge the G7. Because of their monopoly with the dollar, being the number one usage of currency in the world right now. This is mainly starting from China and Russia. They're the one that started this. Of course we know. So the problem is that why did they admit Ethiopia with just 156 billion compared to Nigeria? I mean, Ethiopia is way distant. So that I can't answer because I don't have any information about that. So the only thing I can speak about, it has to be because of the Nigerian fragile situation right now. And they're not the largest economy, like I stated. Egypt, you see the position of Egypt. They are the second largest economy, and their geopolitical zone, where they occupy, in the, close to the Nile, access to the sea, and everything. South Africa, of course, we know how South Africa is when it comes to African economy. So that would be one of my reasons. I don't know why. Like you said, I didn't even know that Nigeria has applied. If you check what I stated earlier, I said, why hasn't Nigeria applied? Now hearing from people say Nigeria has applied, they are not admitted. Then after, I started doing some investigation to see why the reason. One of them is during the Buhari time. Nigeria was never, Nigeria was like a falling state. Nigeria doesn't have the kind of cloud they used to have before. That's part of the reason. And they are not the largest economy in Africa. Go and check. They are way behind. They are far distant.
Hold on. Man of Prestige, that's the data there. You see this number here. This is South Africa, 405 billion US dollars. That's the GDP of South Africa. And I will give you that of Egypt.
The one I have is 399 billion.
That's
my brother, it's irrelevant what you have. What matters
from which source? From which source?
Hang on, UFC. It doesn't even matter which source. The main thing is you're analyzing the same source. Providing the source, you see that there'll be a difference. Nigeria is still the largest economy. South Africa is close.
What metric are you using to come
it's
up
called
with
GDP.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ, man of Prestige.
Okay, I'm not going to argue that. I hope you're right. I want Nigeria to be the largest economy.
This is a World Bank.
It doesn't really matter.
Brother. Hang on, brother.
It doesn't really matter whether you're largest economy or hold on. It doesn't matter whether you're largest economy or not. What is your human capital index? That's the most important thing.
Well, so now you shifted the goalpost now.
Yes, that's how they do.
What do you mean that's how they do? Okay.
Why are you the first to badmouth Nigeria when you have not even done your due diligence to check the data?
I did my due diligence. I don't know what kind of source
you didn't do any due diligence. What source? Where did you get information from? Where?
You can't even let somebody talk.
Yeah, hang on, man of Prestige. Man of Prestige, you have to respect the forefather, okay? You can't come here and lie and then hold on to your lie. That is disrespectful to the host. Please admit that you were wrong, and then move on to your argument about Human Development Index. Go ahead.
I'm not going to admit that because I have my information. I have my source correct. Okay.
You have your alternative facts.
Yes,
Can you please tell us or post it here? Let us see the source.
I'm going to send the link later to you.
Okay.
So don't interrogate me. Let me finish my narrative. I'm not here to badman Nigeria. Like you're acting like I'm a foreigner coming here to badman Nigeria. No, I'm speaking from the source that I'm getting my information. But what does that matter? Is that relevant? Okay.
Very relevant.
This is very relevant. You can't just. I just talked about how we Nigerians badmouth our country constantly.
I'm not. Oh, okay. I'm here to say why. I'm here to say the motive of BRIC. Like I properly stated earlier. BRIC occupy about 32.1% of the world GDP. There's no doubt about that. Am I telling you like GDP? About 1/3 of the world GDP and 40% of the world population.
ChatGPT.
Huh?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
I said BRIC currently with what they have right now, they have about 32.1 of the global GDP and 40% of the world population if you include Indonesia. So they are growing, they're expanding. But the question is that why did they not include Nigeria? Like your, people here profess.
You say if including Indonesia. Indonesia is not in BRICS, brother. So I'm confused.
Indonesia, look at it. Indonesia is going to go there. That's going to make them. I'm giving you where they are growing in population. They occupy about 40%.
Now you're including countries that are not part of the. Okay, go ahead.
Indonesia is leaning towards. They are not the main block right now, but they are there already. I think they are there already, and the main one already that originally started is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. That's the five that originally.
South Africa came later, but go ahead, brother.
But they're expanding right now, like we, currently stay. They are Ethiopia, which I don't know the relevance of Ethiopia. Is it because of their history or whatever? I don't know why Ethiopia. So it's still baffling me. I'm still working on it, trying to get the reason why. If Nigeria has applied, is it because they applied late, or could it be? This is just my own analysis. I'm not getting this information, but the other information about the ranking, yeah, I have that information. But all this analysis I'm making right now, I'm asking a question: why Nigeria?
Can you please post the source, the information? Let's see. Let's see it together. It is very important
There is no source
to
UFC.
validate what you said.
I'm
There's
not
no
sure there
source.
is any information. Maybe you got it wrong somewhere. Let's be kind and just leave it
This is the
at that.
problem. People
And so you,
just
No,
admit
hold
that I
on.
was wrong
This
and
was
move
from.
on.
This
No,
was from.
they-
Hold on. I'm not gonna just come here and make up something. This is from Business Day. You know, written by Kevin Okoje. This is as of 24 today.
wow.
Yes.
You are using a somebody write up something and you just believe them. You actually have to go to statisticians that actually collect this data historically. That's where you actually get
So
accurate information.
okay. Let's get this fact straight, and I will do my research later. So as of today, being August 25, you said Nigeria has the largest economy in Africa, right? I'm going to do my
Yes.
research. I don't use Google and all that kind of thing. They're not good. I have my own. I have my reliable place. I do my research. So let me get this straight. I know who is talking. So when I come back, I will see who is right. As of today, you say Nigeria has the largest economy in Africa, right? That's what you're insinuating, right?
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, so let me go with what I'm saying, about one. So I'm kind of baffled why Nigeria depends. So I'm saying it might be due to the falling naira, the economy of Nigeria, and what Nigeria was under Buhari. That's why, they wasn't admitted as early as Ethiopia was admitted. I don't know the reason why. I can understand the strategic position and the global position of Egypt and the South Africa for them to be admitted, because South Africa was one of the original people that started it. So yes, it's pretty simple. But Egypt, their strategic position and other kind of things. Of course, they are one of the largest, economy in Africa. So there's no doubt about it. But Ethiopia still was baffling me. So I'm going to go do a research on Ethiopia. I just started reading it recently. I'm going to do a research about why Ethiopia, is being invited. So,
brother, it's not a
Okay.
mystery. Egypt has access to what is called the Suez Canal.
I
that
know. I said
Oh,
I
you
understand
didn't
the
say
reason
that.
why Egypt
You
was
didn't say
invited.
that, brother.
I'm talking about
This is not a
Ethiopia.
mystery.
Okay, what
Ethiopia
has
is one of-
Iran got again? Iran has got only oil, isn't it? From your point of view.
So why Ethiopia? That's the one I'm still puzzled.
Nigeria definitely almost on every front. Nigeria is similar to Ethiopia and better.
Can I have my say now tonight?
Yeah, go ahead.
Please.
Go ahead.
Thank you for your patience. Please go ahead.
Interesting perspective you take here. I see Dr. Kezo is running multiple shows at the same time, and this guy, this guy, he hijacked your topic tonight and streamed it before you.
Don't mind that. Don't mind Kezo. Kezo is a hopeless guy. It's all right. The talk is still going on. It doesn't matter. So please introduce yourself, because I don't think our people know you here, because you are on two different platforms now.
There's no need for introduction. I like anonymity and all that stuff. Even though Dr. Kezo,
nobody's saying you should not see. Nobody's saying you should not remain anonymous. You can still say you are that. Nobody knows me really. Do they? So.
All right. I'm Darth Raven, everybody, and all that kind of stuff. I work with two principles and all that stuff. I have both the light and dark side of the force in me. So if you fuck with me, you will get.
Please, hold on. I did say earlier on.
Sorry.
This has to be clean. Very, very important. Please, it's a policy issue, and we have to keep it clean. Thank you.
Okay. So how you approach me is how I will approach you as well. I might use the dark side of the force or the light side of the force, either way, and all that kind of stuff.
Sorry, brother, just really quick. Do you think we should be giving space to people like Man of Prestige? But put that in your answer.
Should I give it space to Man of Prestige?
This is not your platform, so you need to stop that.
Man of Prestige, take it easy.
Stop your nonsense.
See, Man of Prestige, leave it. Don't worry about it.
I've been on this platform before.
It's just a friendly
jab. Why are you talking nonsense? Are you joking? Is that a joke?
Yeah, I think
is that a banter?
Yes, don't worry. When you get to know him, you understand. It's just a joke.
It's not just a banter.
Go ahead.
Anyway, what was I going to say is tonight, of course, obviously, this is a thing that I'm really. Of course, I've been hearing this from you for a while, where you seem to insinuate that the whole world has a plan and an agenda against black people, no matter how much they are against each other and all that stuff, including the Chinese, the Russians, the white, everybody, as long as the light-skinned people of the world are against people who are darker in the world progressing and all that. I keep hearing this narrative from you as well. So I don't know if it's true. Is that what I'm getting? That's the sense I'm getting here as well tonight, that no matter how much they're against each other, they never want that African people to develop. Even if it's the Chinese, they seem to have a code internally.
I think it's partly an internal bias, which is, to be fair, is present in everyone, even including us, but it's mostly our problem. I think it's us that are causing this weakness, and we create this vacuum where people can treat us anyhow. And that's our problem.
Let's hold on to the idea of, because of this weakness that we have, that's why we have not been we have not ascended, or we have not been to have like real relationships. Like, let's say tonight, for instance, I'm building an organization, I'm building a group with people, right? And then, because one thing Donald Trump said, he said is that, oh, shithole countries, these African countries are shithole countries. When he went to the UN, he says that he said all the other countries, many of the countries, he said, are they really even governments? You understand? Donald Trump even considered, are they even governments as well? So it's not that Nigeria is definitely poised to be the best candidate as well, to be one of the best candidates for this. Even Brazil actually would like to have, because now Brazil had the left-wing government back who used to trade with Nigeria quite a lot, with Lula da Silva. So this guy is now talking about re-engaging the trade with Africa. And that Brazil and West Africa is just right. Brazil, West Africa, and Argentina. So the president right now, Lula da Silva, is talking about the South-South trade and all that kind of stuff. So he would like an economic trade between West Africa and that Central Africa, West Africa, and the South America. So he's talking about that. But it's not entirely based on just simply what you have as your economic potential as well. It's based on your level of sovereignty to Niger. You understand what I mean? That's why these smaller countries, such as Bahrain, UAE, all these countries are accepted. It's based on your level of sovereignty, autonomy, the freedom to act on your own and all that stuff. I'm not going to create an organization with you when I know your interest and your will lies somewhere else and all that kind of stuff. It will be the most worst decision I will ever make and all that stuff. Even right now, in my personal life, I'm having to consider that kind of stuff. If you're creating a group and all that kind of stuff, I will not have any potential weak link in there and all that kind of stuff. And Nigeria, currently, as I could put it, is inconvenient at the moment. Nigeria is an inconvenience for this, even though they are the most economically viable. They are an inconvenience as well, because nobody knows where Nigeria will be doing, what Nigeria will do. In fact, or better yet, everybody can predict where Nigeria lies to a certain extent. You understand what I mean? As in being too Western adjacent. You understand what I mean? To Nigeria.
Yeah.
So we have to admit that fact that many of our nations are captured nations and they are not real governments. They are not real governments because they lies as well. That's why they have not dealt with the Niger-Congo region. Why would I make a deal with you like that? I'm sorry. Although people say they say it's economical, but that's just a deniability. But it's certain wings in that organization have political aims as well, and certain wings such as Brazil and Argentina have economical aims and all that. That's why Brazil and Argentina will work to have more trade. Brazil will like to resume its trade with African bloc and all that stuff. But you can't trust Nigeria at the moment.
Yeah, because if you look at the Brazil, this in like the way the what they call them, the Indians come across, you will see that some of the nations that were selected on that map that I showed, they will have an affinity towards them. As a matter of fact, they have links, historical links to them, and they can easily argue their case. And then China is already in their case anyway, because China wants to engage the Middle East and surrounding nations. They're like Kezo said, Egypt has strategic importance too. Even if Egypt is very close to the West, Egypt get billions of dollars every year in funding from the West and weapons from the West. But yet they were willing to accept Egypt, and the same thing with Saudi Arabia. So, and UAE too. So when you look at it from that point of view, it's like, okay, these people are close to the West too. What is wrong with Nigeria being close to the West?
what extent is Egypt close to the West? Because Nigeria was one of those that voted against. I mean, Russia is one of those countries that will actually be signing to allow Nigeria in and all that stuff, including China. These are powerful blocs, including Brazil. These are powerful blocs. If Nigeria was to vote against Russia in the Ukraine war, while all these other nations was to abstain to Niger, you understand? Egypt abstained from that vote. So.
Yeah,
So are you telling all the nations
Russia.
all the nations that joined, all of them abstained?
All the nations, yeah, most of them
I don't think that will weigh in anything, because that could be as a cover for any nation. They could just say, "Oh, I voted because of our own political reasons." So that shouldn't be a reason to block. As a matter of fact, that should be against the rules of the BRICS itself, because the spirit of the BRICS is that you have a right to do whatever you like. Our economic interest is all we care about. You see what I mean? It's actually counter to the actual at the core of because the whole purpose of the BRICS is to oppose the imposition of way of doing things of the West. So they are trying to counter all that. So to turn out saying, "Oh, because you voted against Russia, we are going to punish you for it." I just think that at the core of it is our weakness. That is what is creating these problems for us, and we don't accept ourselves.
It's a lack of sovereignty. That's for sure. And then also the voting has to, because you have to think about it from the point of people who have to admit you in, how they feel about you and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So it's how they feel about you. Yes, you may not like about that, but there's an admission process and all that kind of stuff. So if many of them have seen how you have behaved, especially lately, then of course, I'm not going to start a group from a group that I want to succeed with having a completely weakest link in there and all that stuff.
Yeah, UFC. Thank you that because this matter, I'm going to try to keep it brief today, because I was just miffed and I'm tired of seeing. Man, I can't believe in this day and age we still keep going through this stuff. UFC. What do you think about what just happened? Because I'm happy for Ethiopia, but I have to be happy for our own people too.
Yes, me too. I'm happy for Ethiopia. I think the vote against Russia in the UN, that was a major play in this current peak. I think Nigeria need to put its shade together so that we can move on. I pray maybe the next summit next year there will be maybe they will approve our application. Let's watch and see.
Yeah,
because I know
let's watch and see.
yes, I know there's another summit next year, so let's see what will happen.
Yeah, I think it's annually now, and people are applying regularly now. But before now, they didn't open the door. So it's just this is the first year they've expanded it in how many years. So for all we know, they might shut the door again. And
also,
then
they didn't pick Indonesia. There are a lot of countries they didn't pick. So
Indonesia doesn't need BRICS. You see, most of those Asian nations don't need it. You see, we are the ones that need it. That, as a matter of fact, let me see which country that got BRICS that actually need it. Okay, Saudi Arabia needs it.
They didn't pick Senegal. They didn't pick Nigeria. They didn't pick Kuwait, Kazakhstan, Honduras, Cuba, Bolivia, Belarus, Bangladesh, Bahrain, Algeria, Vietnam, Venezuela, Thailand. They didn't pick all these countries.
Yes, and Venezuela is another one I would have thought that they should have considered strongly, because there are certain countries like they considered Iran, because I think part of the reason why they considered Iran because of the fact that Iran is very clearly anti-Western and also has capabilities that they want, not to mention oil. So, however, like the Asian countries, those ones for me is a no, because they are doing fine even without BRICS. They're already exchanging among. They don't need the dollar. Most of those Asian nations, but in the countries that I would have thought would need it, like it's Venezuela that is going through a lot of hassle from the Americans, and I feel like maybe they want to avoid getting too close to the border of America. Maybe they would have considered Cuba. Cuba meets all their standards really, and they would have considered it. For some reason, maybe they don't want to get too close to the border of America. They don't want direct confrontation, so maybe that's why I'm just spewing on that one, but. The fact that they turned Senegal down, because if you are going to give somebody on the continent, that's my point. If you're going to give anybody on the continent, you
Senegal.
need to pick certain.
Senegal.
I'm not saying Senegal. You can pick Nigeria. No. I'm not saying Senegal. Congo applied, Nigeria applied, Senegal applied. I think Morocco also applied. So, or Algeria. I think Algeria applied. So, if you want to give countries, you have to pick one major nation. Like in the case, that's why Nigeria is quite a strong candidate. Except they fear that Nigeria is not going to be very loyal. But Nigeria is a very strong candidate. Nigeria, in terms of entertainment, we technically dominate the continent on that. In terms of oil production, we produce a lot of oil. In terms of market, we have a big market.
To Nigeria, also our leaders are too compromised. The Western countries, the United States, the British, they have all their information. Most of their words are being kept there. So our leaders are just too.
Our leaders are compromised. Our leaders are quite this thing. They may be compromised, but other nations too, their leaders are also compromised. You see, that's the thing. Saudi Arabians, depend on the level of compromise you are talking about. As the Egyptians work with the Americans all the time, are even against the Palestinians, their own people. They work with them all the time. This in Saudis work against even the Arab world, because sometimes the Arab world, they prefer Islam than monarchy. They don't like monarchy, this thing. So they work against their own people for that.
But is it the current reality? Is it the current realities to Nigeria at the moment? Is it the current reality?
I think that reality still persists, because that's what gave rise to Bin Laden. Bin Laden didn't want the way the monarchy and the smooshing with Americans. So all those things, their tie is so strong. As a matter of fact, Saudi Arabia, almost all their weapons, almost all their security system is based on America.
From what I understand, the United States and Saudi Arabia are not in good terms right now and all that kind of stuff.
Yes, right now.
To Nigeria, I saw a video of MBS. He said that he would do everything he can to unite the Arab countries. So I believe the guy just doing his best. You see, Saudi Arabia, they have reunited with Iran, so they just opened the embassy there now. So Saudi Arabia is trying to diversify their friendship, like, to other people and expand. They no longer trust the United States 100%.
You see, why is this guy disgracing Peter Obi now? Why is he got Peter Obi's this and making this type of statement?
I'm too emotional about geopolitics.
I know nothing about geopolitics. Why don't you educate me? And you are insulting Peter Obi by saying this stuff and having his picture there.
At least call in and give and come and share your opinion. Let's see.
Call in and show us your geopolitical this thing acumen. We are all fine. If you correct me, I will take it to like your principle. Your principle is humble. I'm humble. If you come and show me something that I didn't know, I will happily accept it. But don't call me emotional, because I reserve the right to be emotional about things that are happening to our people. This is real life. If emotion is all I can express to help get the information or my feelings across, then I am willing to pay it. It's nothing compared to what other people have had to pay. So leave it at that. I don't, you're not respecting Peter Obi by saying these type of things, while you have his picture there. All right. So who is next? Madam President, who is that? Kezo, are you sharing something? Okay, so you're busy doing something there. All right, so yeah, this is a short one, really. I'm going to be wrapping up in maybe 2 hours or 3 hours. I don't want to go too long this thing on this, because I went on a long bender this thing yesterday. But I just thought I should come in and let them know we are watching, we are seeing what they are doing. And that's why we have to be vigilant. Maybe if I didn't do this, nobody else would talk about it from this point of view. Nobody. And we tend, because our people generally, they don't care about these things. They think the discussion we should be having is the Fulani man said, and what this one said, and who drives bulletproof car and who didn't drive bulletproof car. That's the kind of conversation we keep having day in, day out, when we should be looking at what is going on around us. Because in the end, you can talk about what is happening inside the house as much as you want. If there is a hurricane coming from outside and you're not aware of it, you could get swept away. History has suggested that what is going on out there often matters more than what is going on inside. If we don't pay attention with what is going on outside, we are going to lose everything that we are arguing about inside. So, and this is why this type of discussions are important, because we are talking technically geopolitics, and Nigerians don't do geopolitics a lot. We don't. That's why they didn't.
No,
Yeah.
and Nigeria does jollof politics.
Oh, yeah, you want to start there. You want to start there. You want to start. Let's do the Kenya there. This the business, Mr. Wanga. the Wanga.
Apparently, the Wanga people just have a stadium. A stadium is the size of their kingdom. A stadium.
Let me say something.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me go back to my initial commentary, that I said about Nigeria being the third largest economy or second, and everybody was going hoopla like I said something wrong about him. I think the problem people have, is people doesn't confine to their own narrative. They become so bombastic and and stop talking some gibberish stuff. Regardless of where I got my source, my source is my source, and I will stick with it. So I don't see why reason, some of you will be coming here, saying all those nonsense things you're saying, even in the chat, but that doesn't mean anything to me. And I said what I said. I will stick with my point of view, whether you like it or not.
Mr. Prestige, we don't accept alternative facts here. We don't.
Just because you don't expect me to be speaking good about Nigeria. You can speak good about Nigeria. You want? I'm gonna tell you how I feel. Whether you like it or not.
But at least don't lie, sir. Don't lie. Don't lie.
Who's lying?
UFC, take it easy.
Some of you are like house slaves. This is the problem with Nigeria.
Man of prestige, take it easy. UFC, to accuse somebody of lying, it means that they are willfully misleading us. And maybe
exactly, I'm telling you where I got my information.
He's telling us where he's got it.
What am I
supposed to hold on? What am I supposed to lie? What has that supposed to benefit me? Is he putting any food in my pocket or money?
Post the link. Let's share it here so everyone can see.
I don't have to.
Okay.
You take it or you leave it.
Did you say food in your pocket? Okay.
No, what I'm saying, you said I'm lying. What you lie for your own, you lie to benefit yourself. Don't it? What is that supposed to benefit me? If I have to come here and call something. So you better stop using such a profound,
because anything Nigeria is always negative.
I don't have to come here and speak good of Nigeria. I have to say it how it is. All of you can speak how great Nigeria is, or try to,
just
live
say
in a fantasy island when something is not true.
There's no need
the problem with you Nigerians.
There's no need to lie.
Okay, you keep on using that word lie.
Don't use lie. Don't use the word lie. It's a loaded term.
I think what I'm going to say, you are very unschooled. You're unschooled. That's why you're using that word.
Come on. Okay, let's exercise a bit of decorum, and maybe UFC. You don't
even know me.
See, there are people listening to this.
Accept you were wrong, but you are trying to play game here. You were wrong.
Okay,
but
UFC,
you know what? I'm gonna
ignore you, and you stay in your own lane. Okay, just stay in your lane.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get this straight so that we understand. We have to try to keep this civil. And UFC, I understand that you don't like the idea of people bad-mouthing the country, but you also have to, understand that some people get wrong information and they believe people because they trust them. So you can't just assume that they are willfully misleading us. And that's why when you call somebody a liar, you are implying that they are willfully misleading us. I understand the passion.
Some idiot on the chat said the reason why I'm lying is because I'm a Biafra. Say Biafra, I don't want anything good for Nigeria. You see how people behave?
Yeah. To be fair, and there are many people that say that they believe in Biafra, and some of the worst insults they insult Nigeria. Some of the worst insults you hear about Nigeria comes from them. That they really say some awful things. That they to the point where they say they hope that Nigeria happens to you and your children and all the rest of it. All kinds of different things. They call Nigeria a zoo, and all kinds of names.
I had an Igbo friend. I had an Igbo friend that was always on the Nigeria calling it a zoo. Nigeria is run by a zoologist. He said Jonathan was a zoologist.
But that's the opinion. That's the opinion. You can't quarrel with that, and you can do nothing about it.
You can't. They said Goodluck Jonathan's degree was a zoologist. That's what his degree was. And all that.
Or to effectively run Nigeria, you must be a top. That's terrible. Let's love each other. We're all Africans. Some of us are Nigerians, and I want us to see more promotion of a healthy, debate style where we bring facts. And then
let me ask some of you here: why are you just going to be posting some narrative that's not helping the country? Why not call a spade a spade?
No, because we have to be able to show love and unity. The only way
how is love going to help you? If you don't take part and criticize them,
make sure that we trust each other and we can develop.
I don't know you, but we can come here, and talk about the benefit of Nigeria. You can come on your own narrative. If you're one of those people who just want to buffoon about Nigeria, praise them, that's fine. But I'm going to come from a different angle. Maybe the leaders in Nigeria will hear about it. Or like I said, or they've been practicing it it's like institutional coup. That's what's happening in Nigeria, in most African countries, and I'm going to keep saying it. And you can come here and speak about how great Nigeria is to you or whatever. I'm in Nigeria.
Man of prestige. Do you know that there are nations out there that have done far, far worse things to their people that Nigeria has ever done?
Okay, but everybody can't be speaking in one voice. Everybody can't come here and
I agree with you on that.
Be singing Kumbaya,
But the reason why we highlighted that point, because some of the stuff we hear from fellow Nigerians is well above the normal.
Then ignore them. That's what you do. Why are you so worried about that?
You can't ignore them because that is part of the narrative. Because we were just talking about BRICS. Why do you think they chose a nation that has far less to offer than Nigeria? Because Nigerians, if you look at it on paper,
But you're not more Nigerian than they do Nigeria. You're not more Nigeria. Even after they criticizing Nigeria, you're not more Nigeria than them.
Just because they are more Nigerian doesn't mean they contribute. They are not. Just because they are not more, we are not more Nigerian than they are, doesn't mean they contribute more positively. They are contributing negatively.
See, to Nigeria, we can criticize the leaders. At least don't condemn the nation himself. Criticize the leader as you want. I don't care. You can call Tinubu zombie. Fine. But at least don't downgrade the country.
Constantly, he's relentless sometimes, and I think they need to rein that in a little bit, because you can criticize the nation. Even Americans sometimes they will badmouth their nation, but they don't go overboard, like literally overboard. Like you would think Nigeria is run by Satan himself.
Nigeria is a giant of Africa. When Nigeria rises, the rest of Africa will rise.
You see the problem with some of you. Some of you are delusional. Some of you are very delusional. Some other African countries has moved on, and you keep on thinking Nigeria is this paradise. Go and look to other countries, even Kenya. I'm not talking about GDP. Nairobi is more developed than I know they are using Chinese money and everything, but they are more developed.
There are Kenyans that come to Nigeria, man of prestige, and when they go to Abuja, their mouth is open.
Have you seen any Kenya in Nigeria? How many Kenyans?
Yes,
there's a lot of Nigerians living in Kenya.
You see the kind of attitude. Okay, fine, you're allowed to have your view. That's not a very
there's a lot of Nigerians living in Kenya. I'm just using it as an example. How many Kenyans living in Nigeria?
My neighbors are Nigerian, actually.
Are you living in Nigeria?
No. Why most of us are running away? Let's
why most of you are running away? That's a good question.
I think the reason why is because
let me say, some of us Nigerians, we are the ones who are creating the problem. And you will see some people, including the guy that is speaking here, they will come out boldly and tell you that person didn't commit any crime. This same person that is speaking here now, they will come me online and say, no, that person didn't commit. No, that means Osama bin Laden did all that what happened. That they destroyed the Twin Tower in America. He didn't do anything. He didn't commit any crime. Then why did America hunt him?
What the fuck is that?
He says that is afraid of the current crop of leaders
So I
in Nigeria.
don't understand. We cause a lot of problem to the country. We think, see, the leaders alone are not the problem. Nigeria themselves, including me and you, we are part of the problem. Even if we create most of the problem, not the leader.
We cause a lot of problems for ourselves, and sometimes we internalize it too. You know, I've spoken to many Nigerians. You find out that there is this idea that others are better somehow. But it's a very strange thing, though, because
Nigeria's problem in Nigeria is that you have let the leaders enslave most of you, and most of you have turned to become a hard slave. You can't get away from that conundrum.
See, talk is cheap. What are you guys? Okay, you live in California. What are you doing to empower the country, to make change, to create the change that you said you want in Nigeria? What are you doing?
I have business in Nigeria.
Okay.
That's enough.
That means you are benefiting from the country you are insulting.
Wow, that's a good point there. That's a good point there.
No, it's not a good point.
The country you are
but it's
insulting.
benefiting from the country that is insulting.
What do you mean by that? The world is a global village.
Wow, the world is a global village. Yeah, Nigeria is part of that village now. When you were bad Nigeria, you didn't think that Nigeria was part of the village. Oh.
Now you
can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, please, Jago. Welcome, Jago.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. I watched your program yesterday with a lot of intent. I was actually trying to get in, but something was going wrong. It didn't allow me to go in. Because that yesterday's conversation was a highly important conversation to have, especially based on our global diaspora, not just Nigerian, just black people across the world. However, the way we were having that conversation was full of sticks and daggers, and it really didn't come together as people in a conference sitting across the room from each other having a serious discussion. It turned into a playground, I'm afraid to say.
Yeah.
Today we're about to do the same thing. If we as Nigerians don't think we are responsible for some of our downfall, then completely we're stupid. You're stupid if you cannot criticize yourselves and yourself, government and people included, then you're stupid. I'm afraid you live in stupidity because you want to be proud and you don't want to hear truths, and you might start crying because of your emotional imbalance. So let's get things straight, please. People have a voice in order to express their pains, their conclusions, and their apparatus that they are using to develop themselves. That's why people speak. Now, when we speak together, all we see is abuse. Oh, you're abusing me. Oh, I mean, are we children? I keep listening to the way we speak and communicate with ourselves, and we sound pathetic. Let me just say this. Today, I saw a video on my WhatsApp, and it was of a Jamaican man. He was speaking about Nigeria. And he was so angry with the position Nigeria has taken with the whole Niger project. He ended by saying that you Nigerians, you think you're so intellectually above everybody else, and you lord it down on us people who have been slaving out here for 400 years. This is his words. Then he said, if Nigeria attack Niger, that the rest of us in the rest of the world were coming to Nigeria to kill and slaughter Nigerians. These are his words. Now, I don't agree with that sentiment. However, I do understand it. It's because of our folly, our complete lack of understanding of the world that we're actually living in. We are living in a global village. Everybody's taking his piece from everywhere. And we're here trying to see how we can tear each other down and not understand that we need real communication about the position that we're in this world. Not lording it, oh, I'm a Nigerian, don't speak bad about Nigeria because it might make me cry. I mean, that's pathetic. It's pathetic position to take. I'm annoyed. I'm afraid I'm annoyed. I'll go on just to say this. BRICS in itself. Before South Africa joined BRICS, Nigeria was invited. But the slowness of the Nigerian government, when they cannot think straight as to what they need to do in order to uplift their people, uplift themselves. They're just looking to see what the next move is, but they don't have an agenda. We don't have anything in mind. We don't have foresight. We are lacking seriously in being men. You're a man. You're born a man with a dick, for fuck's sake. Why are you pretending that you're walking with a pussy? You're behaving like pussies. I can't stand it. I honestly can't. That's my submission.
Oh, that's new information. Tonight, that's new information. Nigeria was asked to join initially the first time, and they fumbled the bag.
It would have been called BRICS. BRICS would have been the name, and that's where we are. We're on the very brink of it. But look, we're still not playing the game. In fact, instead, we have a leader who we've allowed to steal the commission, the mandate to lead our country, and his first notion was to put the country in panic with the way he took care of the
fuel subsidy.
Yes, or the fuel subsidy. Thank you. And the very next blunder was to make utterances against Niger. I mean, we've got to wake up. We're sleeping, truly.
Yeah, I appreciate your contribution because, and yesterday there was a bit of, I think the reason why, the conversation went that way is because we are not, that's in the way most people perceive it, it's not what they are used to. If you like in the internet, you're on the internet and you have here, you go to some panels, it can get very, 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 very heated, but it does calm down. And then people, come to their senses, and everybody, it does calm down. So, but this channel, in terms of the Dr. Damage's end of it, because there are the people that are listening to it are not of that kind of persuasion, we have to keep the conversation a little bit with more, clean, with the, because their children, the children could be listening. This is
no. You see, all the bad language and the way you compared, I don't have too much to say. However, I would say that within the comment section and on the panel yesterday, it was awful. The content was awful. Those who were speaking with some wisdom were being misunderstood and misread. So what was carrying the focus yesterday was largely the American way of looking at things. And I don't agree with the American way of looking at things. The way I see the US as part of the diaspora is that they have led and served the black world for hundreds of years. We have to admit this. They have put their neck has been on the line always, more so than us in Africa. The Caribbean have done a great job of representing themselves politically where so many issues are concerned, if we read our history and have any understanding at all. Now, these things have happened. In that they have happened, when is it going to be our turn to lead the black diaspora? When is it going to be our turn to take serious responsibility of our global black family? We're just pontificating about rubbish. Talking about what? We're Nigerians. We have oil. It's. I mean, when have you tasted any oil? What have you done? Where has oil ever put money in your pocket? You're just boasting for another man. You're rubbish. It's just such rubbish. I mean, we got to wake up. We got to. But we're sleeping, fast asleep, having idiotic dreams that would only bring us to calamity.
Yeah,
right.
I think
shout out to you, brother. But you're telling us to wake up. So what's your solution?
Don't be stupid. Don't think I'm silly.
No,
I've got serious solutions. I'm not going to break them down on this channel. If I get the opportunity, my friend.
I see.
My friend.
So basically, you come from
my friend. If you're going to listen, if you ask a silly question, I'm going to give you a righteous answer.
Right. Brother, the moment you say you're not going to break it down right now.
Kezu, take it easy. Take it easy, Kezu. Let's not.
Yeah,
do
I'm gonna
this.
think the brother had a chance. Let me speak, brother. If you're gonna talk about how other people are,
allow me to answer your question. You're
not gonna break it down. That's answer enough.
My fair. This is that. Okay, you've accepted that answer. Now you can go away. What I'm saying, my friend, is that I have plenty of solutions because this conversation. Wait, my friend. Just wait. This conversation that we're having is not the first time I've had this kind of conversation. I'm an old boy. I'm not a young man. So, and I've always had Nigeria and Africa and black people in my heart. And as much, I've opened many business in England, in Africa, in the Middle East that focus on our development. I've done it. I know what it is. The last business that I opened up was something called Expo Africa. It's something I could break down to you, but it's massive. It's not a small project. So I'm not going to break it down here. However, if I'm called to the table to submit my ideas, I can do it, bro, without a joke. I can do it. Can you do it? Ask yourself the same question.
Yeah, I can, brother. You do realize I have a company in Ethiopia. I employ Ethiopians.
Well, I don't realize. You're telling me now.
Well,
this is it. This is why we shouldn't point the finger as though we know who each other is behind this screen. We don't know.
I asked you to answer the question. You said you won't.
Yeah, but you already submitted that the way I put it to you wasn't sufficient. So I'm now breaking it down to give you a picture of who I am and who it is that you're speaking to before your idiotic pontification begins.
Jargon.
No, bro, I'm not happy, bro. I'm not happy at all.
I think you came in really cross today for
reasons of listening to the panel. For reasons of listening to this panel and seeing how Nigerians are still conducting themselves as though they're in the playground, as though we're having a kiddies fight.
Right now, though, you are doing the same thing because he was.
No. What I'm doing right now, bro, I've given you a context of where I'm coming from and where the whole world is looking at Nigeria. We don't seem to understand that the whole world, especially the black world, is just looking at Nigeria and thinking that we are the most stupid people alive. That's what they believe in. But we don't care. We don't have to care because, I don't know. I just don't understand. I do not understand. So I put to you, bruh, that we're having and continuing to have a selfish, childish discussion. We as Nigerians here on this platform, we should be able to agree more than we disagree. However, we're just finding all these small aspects to talk about. Like kids. You don't know how it sounds. If I don't believe I sound like the people on this board right now. I believe that the way I'm sounding is somebody with a passion for Nigeria, a passion for my continent, a passion for my people, and I'm putting the thing forward. That's what I believe I'm coming from. So I don't need any misjudgment.
But I think that's what Kezo represents. But Kezo is a bit more soft-spoken, and he actually is putting the work in. Like he said, he's doing some work in Kenya, just like you are doing. We are all trying to do the best we can, and I think sometimes we have disagreements, and we have the different approaches. And while you were watching us yesterday, it might come across as it's chaotic, but because we have a common ultimate goal, I think that is a uniting factor. And the more we talk to each other, the more we get used to listening to each other too. Like there are certain things Kezo will say to you. If he says it to me, I'll just laugh it off.
Yeah, I hear you. And I must say, it's true what you're saying. I did come on with some emotions, but my emotions didn't leave my mind. I would put my apology to Kezo for being abrupt. But I would prefer that people try to take the tenets of what people are saying rather than looking to argue. We can't just be arguing. Nigerians, we love arguments. We love it. But here we have to grow up. Here on this platform, we have to conduct ourselves with a degree of humility and a degree of consciousness. We can't just be snapping at each other, willy-nilly about small points. Can you take the gross of what somebody's trying to say? Because we don't all communicate the same. We have to take the gross, the good, and leave the rubbish.
Didn't you call me an idiot without hearing my
I
argument?
apologize, though. I hope you heard me apologize to you.
Right.
I don't know if you accept it.
I take no issues.
I apologize to you. It's not. I don't know who you are, as you don't know who I am. So I'm just again looking at what I saw as the context of what was being spoken about between yesterday and today, and where is it taking us anywhere? Because my brother, forefather, I look to this channel to be a platform of some level of excellence. And I don't mean that word Nigerian excellence, black. No, excellence in terms of that's what we need. We need to offer each other our excellence. We cannot offer each other bite-sized nonsense. We can't. It's not edifying. It's not going to feed us. It's just going to send us the wrong way. You know, I'm an old boy. I'm not a young man. I've been there a long time, and I've seen it. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen the Biafra War. You understand? I saw what it did. You can understand what war is. It was the most disgusting thing. It began all the terror that we see across Africa. That Biafra War that we had in our country. It was the first of the kind of upheavals within a country and within nations across Africa. It was the worst thing in the world. It brought up the Red Cross discovered so much of how they need to practice their profession because of Biafra War. But we now will speak with the word Biafra like we have no real understanding of what it meant and what it was. It was pain. And we're about to go through that same pain again. And we're about to...
Enough. Let's carry on with the show. I'm sorry.
No, it's good. I'm happy that you...
This diatribe will not stop. Like, you get me? We get you, brother. We get your point. No.
Okay, good. I heard you too, Case. That was a good one. You know, what that did just now reminds me of Najama when we were there. I think you know Najama Jagu. Najama does that. Like when somebody says something and he's tired of listening.
No, I was actually distracted, but I just started hearing background and I was like, oh, these guys, your point is getting lost now because you're saying it.
Well, my point would be lost, maybe, you know, on somebody.
Because the guy's not engaging you back, so it just starts to be repetitive. But anyway,
I didn't repeat myself once. I actually did not repeat myself. I'm not like that. I don't speak in that way.
No. Okay, no problem. No disrespect to you.
All it is that maybe you don't like the sound of my voice, or maybe you feel. Let me land. Maybe you feel told off. You get me? Which I can understand. You know, it's not everybody's voice that is going to be appealing.
Okay, no problem. Let's make further points.
Let's make further points on the main topic because this is quite a serious
it is.
That we're talking about, and
take it seriously, man.
Yeah, regarding the BRICS membership that just occurred, and clearly none of our general group on the continent was chosen. And if you look at the countries that were chosen, 5 of them were basically, you know, as I did share before, you can circle them in a cycle and they will all fit with each other just fine. And because they are basically particular groups of people that they chose in this set of nations, and they must have their own agenda for doing it, but I don't agree with it because it's basically the same kind of stuff we had before. Look at that. I was able to draw a circle that touches all the other nations without touching the other group of Africans that they isolated, because it's too narrow. The people that they chose. I don't think it augurs well, and maybe it's not their fault. Maybe it's our fault.
Tunaja.
Yep.
Can I say something? In reference to my earlier submission, you know, I didn't come there to badmouth Nigeria, but you know what I was trying to present from a different narrative. I mean, you can come with your own narrative about, you know, what you think why Nigeria wasn't admitted or something like that, whether good or bad. But I'm coming from my own narrative, the way I see what happened. Like, you know, I listed one of the reasons might be the, you know, low economical complexity of the country, you know, weak production capacity, and the fragile physical, you know, position of Nigeria may have, you know, contributed to the reason why.
Yeah,
they're not, you know, they're not included immediately. I mean, they're still on the waiting list as of today. So everybody can
for
come
that
with
argument to be correct, the other countries accepted will have to have an above industrialized base than Nigeria. Ethiopia is not more industrialized than Nigeria. It's very far away.
That's exactly what I stated before. I said that's the one that baffled me. I can understand the other reason why, and I stated the reason why. This is what they enumerated. This is the position of Nigeria, why they are not invited. Okay, why is Ethiopia invited? Or why is Ethiopia included? That's the main reason.
It's because they want to be. They want to be.
So are you saying Nigeria don't want to be? Why did Nigeria?
I am saying that because it's been offered to Nigeria for the longest time where Africa is concerned. You see,
Shetima went there and was lobbying for it.
Well, you see, Shetima and Tinubu, his boss, they're very different. If you can just wait a second and look at what Tinubu is proposing for Nigeria. Now, is that going in the direction of an economic bloc that fits BRICS? Just answer that for yourself. Let me hear your submission on that. It's going in the complete opposite direction, my friend. It's not going towards BRICS.
So Jagun, you said something about Nigeria being invited to join BRICS. Do you have like any, can you shed light on more, describe what happened?
Well, I could put it like this. During Buhari's 8-year wasting of our time, yeah. During that time, Africa was coming together to form the African Trade Association. I know it's got its own term, but I think you understand what I mean. Nigeria was the last to sign, or second to last, after Eritrea. Nigeria should have been the first. It should have been Nigeria's idea to do that, but they were the last to sign. Let's wake up and understand what our government is doing. They're leading us the wrong way. We know that internally when we are living in Nigeria and suffering under this pressure. But when we look globally, as you rightly said, the house that we're living in, the protection starts from the outside. So we have to understand what's going on in our atmosphere. But Nigeria is living, unfortunately, in its own sick atmosphere. We as the people are trying to relieve ourselves of this sickness. But the people that we encourage or vote in and the squabbles that we have amongst ourselves are not going in the correct direction. We have to make a full about turn. It's like that. And we are not. All we're doing is seeing small things and thinking that, oh, we should be involved there. Why aren't we involved? We're not involved because we don't want to be involved. The government do not want us involved. Because we would have been, after Brazil, after Russia, after China, after India, it was next for Nigeria. It was the South Africans who still remember the pain of the Oyinbo on their back that said S. We are trying to pretend that we are Oyimbos.
You are right there. I think you have a point there. That is forms why Nigeria is always seems to be hooked to Western this. I think let me just play this as a form of break, really, so you get a context of what I'm talking about.
Why the choice of London? This is an indication of for want of a better word, of a neo-colonial mentality. Any major meeting in Nigeria affecting Nigeria, our leaders will jump into the aircraft and they are going to London. It's as if some people are genetically, umbilically tied to the imperial attachment, colonial attachment to London. It's as if they think better when they are somewhere on the streets of London. And maybe it's a psychology.
You see the problem. This is what is being highlighted by our leaders, and maybe some people say that this may be the reason why they didn't invite us. But I think this may be the reason why we didn't put ourselves in a position to join, because we are often too focused on running to London, Paris, Washington, begging them for scraps. It took Nigeria years to get a World War II look-alike aircraft called Tucano. And that is so pathetic. Really, this is Nigeria we are talking about. Pathetic. And this is what our leaders have brought us to. They brought us so low that now anybody can jump the queue ahead of us. And we are big for nothing. More than 1 billion people within this group. West Africa, Central Africa, East Africa is more than 1 billion, but none of them registered in this choice that was made recently, because we didn't make ourselves count for anything, if just for the market alone.
But Fofara, what do you expect if Nigeria should go right now, like they did the meeting, and you are expecting Nigeria for them to just receive Nigeria? I don't think it works like that. You understand? With out to what Nigeria is doing right now with the Niger thing and everything. Sometimes they want to treat them, they want to see their seriousness. Nigeria will always get it. You understand? Because you need big nations. If you look the EU thing, you look the Schengen thing and everything, it's about the big nation in Europe. So Nigeria will always get it, but they just want to see their seriousness, how committed they can be. You understand? And what they also stand to gain from Nigeria. Because at the end of the day, if Nigeria is not an industrialized nations and everything, what deals any other person want to do with Nigeria? You can't do anything with Nigeria. You understand? So these are the things. So at the end of the day, we Nigerians are the one that call ourselves these giants of Africa. But our giants sometimes just look like population. You understand? If you take population out, you can't see anything. You understand? Like you used to say all the time, our group IQ is low. Our individual IQ may be high up there. You understand? But our group IQ is very, very low. So until we get our hearts together, it's just going to be hard for people to recognize us. Let's tell ourselves the truth. We've seen Nigerian business in the UK. We've seen Nigerian business in the US. When you ask them, what plans are you having to go set a branch in Nigeria? These people will tell you I have a branch in Dubai, in Europe, UK. Yeah. But nobody tell you, what do we do in Nigeria? We just go build house, our residential home, what I call our ceremonial cemetery, where we know this is where we just want to go die and everything. This is what we do. And it can be very, very painful. Then another thing again, talking about the West, sometimes when we talk other things, a Chinese America that is completely American who have issue in America. In China, they're going to fight to protect that person. Even when he's completely America, born in America, his parent is America. How many times do you see Africa complain when they mess black people in America? We bring ourselves so low. Yes. We don't even protect our 1% of the 1%. The African Americans are the 1% of the 1% black that we're supposed to, even if we want to say we want to go cut a deal in America, let's start with that black. You understand? We don't even protect them. Even make solid statements, threaten and every other thing. These are all the things. You understand? You don't see, look at the George Floyd thing. Do you hear any comments from South Africa, Nigeria, Rwanda? Do you hear any comments like that? Strong words and every other thing. When we're talking about Chinese, these are Americans pumping all type of loan in Africa. What are they asking for? They are playing on the media war. So that when they go to UN, when they go to that General Assembly, they want to talk and look back and people will vote and support what they are doing. This is what the West has been enjoying for decades. This is what the Chinese now started playing. It's time for Africa to wake up. We need this group IQ very, very well. If we don't do it and everything, we can't go far with it. We can't go far. We can't be telling people, check, go online and go check most educated immigrants in America. You see Nigeria. But if you look for Nigerian business in America, you can't find one. Wow. You see Mexican business everywhere. So this is how the thing. You understand? But the Jewish is literally, when you hear the word forefather, gentrification. That you ask yourself why people are started hating the Jewish very well. They are buying up all these properties. Yeah. That's why some people just hate them personally, that these are the Jewish people that bought my grandfather's home. These are the people that bought. How many Nigerians that you hear that Nigeria is buying up all these cities? Go and look at Newark, New Jersey. Go and look at Bronx, Queens. What the Jewish are doing there. You understand? Does these people really have money? Is it that they're bringing money from Israel or somewhere? The answer is no. You understand? But they still find a way to come together. We really, really need it. Sometimes it may not even be group of friends. Sometimes maybe they might even talk to their country. They might even get some type of soft loan all the way from Israel that they can use in putting all these businesses. For further, the way the Americans will talk ignorant about the Arab people. But let me bust your bubble. If not 70 to 80% of the gas stations in America owned by the Arab. That's the same that question. If we say, oh, these are bomb people and they give them gas station to run and everything, wouldn't they use that thing to one day they unite together and say, okay, let's release? Just imagine what will happen. But they don't think like that when it comes to business. You understand?
Yeah.
So when you really look at all these things, you'll be so marveled. And this thing is really, really affecting us in terms of immigrants, your stability and everything. Because forefather, if you landed in UK, you landed in America, the first person you meet, your first point of contact, if you don't have very strong personality, that is who you become. You understand? If you landed in America, you squat with somebody who is a cab driver, possibility you're going to drive cab for the next 10 years, even when you have 2 master degree while you are coming. You understand? But if you landed in the house as a doctor in Nigeria and your friend who is a doctor in America, you're going to, come on, what will you read at home? You understand? All the medical journals is what you read. Even though if you want to fail that test for 10 times, they will still encourage you to keep writing it till you pass it. You understand? But if you meet a cab driver, if you meet somebody who do what we call group home, go clean people's house and everything, you're going to do that shit for so long. You understand?
Let me add something to what you said earlier on before it goes too far regarding the how Africans don't say anything when they see stuff happening in America. That is very true, because sometimes I actually wonder that Nigerians go to the UN Assembly every single year, and they don't make any contact with the communities there. It's like they will see their cousins. They're like, no, let's pretend as if it didn't happen. Let's just go the other direction. They don't make any contact.
Nigeria has been going for over 20 years. It's asking for permanent seats. They don't know how to cut this. Africans have been begging for permanent seats. We are begging for permanent seats instead of us to just simply walk out. Just walk out. All Africa, just walk out. But guess what? Do you know every year that they do this UN General Assembly meeting, they run a documentary. You discover that all the African leaders is living in all the 5-star hotels with all the best luxury cars. Meanwhile, you see rich countries.
That's what
you can imagine the nonsense. You are begging, but you are the one that is living in 5-star hotel where you want to pay one night $40,000. Gone with all type of luxury cars. Instead of you to just simply walk away, since they don't even recognize you people. Just walk away. Just walk away. That's a sign. You know the word they say silence is complacent. You understand? Sometimes silence might be very big threat. Just walk away. Don't attend the meeting because we don't have anything to contribute.
Yeah. And the thing I like about these BRICS is that at least it will give us alternative to dollars, and we can start buying things like straight from China without having to change to dollars and lose value. All those things. I like that perks that it comes with, and I think Nigeria can still do it even without joining BRICS, because Buhari was almost in the process of doing something like that. Because a lot of our goods are coming from China. If you have
Buhari was scared now. Obama literally made Buhari president. They cut off Jonathan completely. So Buhari was scared with the Boko Haram thing. If he ventured to try that, even though those Second World War jets, like he used to call all the time forefather, they will stop him. He was scared. This is how weak we can be. We don't ask for things like it's our right. If you don't give us this, then we too will not give you the other one. We don't.
India is landing on the other side of the moon, and we are begging for Tucanos. And it's not like they have 5 heads. So, and
we are begging for permanent seats in United Nations Africa. My brother, what is wrong with us? What is wrong with us?
No one's asking that question, brother.
We are begging.
Because all we seem to know is asking, as if asking, it just betrays weakness. When you are worth something, people will ask you to come because they need you. They need your input, because without you there, the party is not complete.
Nigeria.
If we are not useful, the US will not put their embassies in Nigeria. If we are not useful, if all these countries are not useful.
In this emerging world where there's a narrative or an impulse for multipolarity or multiple relations, I think it's very important for Africans as well to actually solidify the relationships within the African Union, as in look internally and make the African Union work, or make the regional bodies really work effectively, have really real relationships as well. yes, you're free to have an alternative relationship like in the BRICS, but you can also, and then it's down to each nation to see what relationship you rate the most as well. I think it's okay for us to do that as well. But while BRICS exist, because it's not just Africa alone to Nigeria, it's like many parts of the world that are kind of disgruntled about the current state of affairs. So it's not just Africa alone. You have Thailand. I couldn't even believe Thailand and all that stuff. You have Indonesia, all these other countries, they're all interested in this and all that kind of stuff. So it's literally the global south is rising up. So there is some credibility to this group to act as an alternative development bank from the IMF and all that kind of stuff. Maybe it might not replace it, but it's an alternative. And as the more people join it, the more good it is. And as one man Mo said and all that stuff, the world seemed to operate at least at a more equilibrium when you had two powers that could juxtaposition each other as well. So I give credence to this, but obviously us Africans, we must not completely be reliant on it. But it's another relationship that we can have with the world and all that stuff, and perhaps even still maintain other relationships. But it will be great if we could. It will be great if we could actually develop our own internal relationships. What did you think about that,
Yeah, I think I wanted to address the point about having powers being in juxtaposition, kind of against each other. For me, that is a state, a state you have for a period of time, and as another power, let's say in the context of us in Africa, if you rely on the fact that they are in juxtaposition with each other for a long period of time, sooner or later, that juxtaposition will change to alliance, at least of convenience, and they will come for you. And because we've seen this happen before, that's why I always learn my lesson from Berlin Conference. Because before then, the Europeans were competing against each other, and then sooner or later they came together. They realized that, you know what, let's just come together and take over this whole business. Why are we fighting each other over it? So they had their Berlin Conference, parceled of Africa, and they agreed how they're going to divide it up, and that's what they did, because they become more effective. They'll unite to do that. And I think what
would unite the Europeans with the Chinese people who are completely ideologically different? The Europeans with the rest of the global south. A world where Europeans believe that they won't trust anybody else to rule the world if they won't trust a world without them in charge. What would unite them with that and all that stuff? I'm not saying it's not possible, but
what else will unite people? What has always united them? More resources. When they use up whatever they've got among themselves, and they realize that they are getting diminishing return by competing against themselves, then they will decide that, you know what, let's just work together, split it, and that will be it. If we remain weak, because power abhors vacuum. If we are not strong, we will create instability and they will come for us. That is how, and that's why, in a way, it's not even their fault. We are the ones creating the weakness. And if we are strong, just, that there's a reason why US and Russia hasn't gone head to head, because both sides are strong enough to resist each other and know that if they go at each other, they're going to destroy each other. We have created a situation whereby they can come for us and there will be no consequences. So we are the ones creating the problem.
Were we colonized because of our perceived sense of weakness as well? They perceive weakness in us, so we were colonized and all that stuff. Or like Japan, they didn't do that. They didn't do that to them.
I think what they did, see, the thing about Japan is that Japan is doing very well because of the Chinese, conversely, which is weird to say. The reason why they are working with Japan right now is because they need Japan.
Because Japan historically.
No, if I may, historically, I think this question is very good. Historically, the Japan, both the
Jagun, just hold on. Sorry, just hold on for a second. There's somebody in the background that I have not seen before, and I want him to authenticate him very quickly when he comes in. So Horsefall, I can see you at the backstage, and when I bring you in, you got 1-2 seconds to say something, okay? And 1, 2, you are on now. Horsefall.
Yeah, my name
nice
is
one. Horsefall, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Thank you for coming in. I just thought I should authenticate you, because we do have weird people who show up sometimes. Jago, sorry, please go ahead.
Yes. Well, welcome, Horsefall. In the context of Japan, Japan was a very sophisticated nation before anyone landed there, as were we in Africa. The difference with Japan is that they abhorred any culture that wasn't their own. So the contact that they had with the Europeans, beginning with the Portuguese, was at the barest minimal. You understand? They began trading with them and doing things, and then at the one time they brought Christianity to the table. A few Japanese changed into Christianity, and the emperor decided to throw everybody out and lock the country from European homogeny. They came in once and twice again. The third time they came in, both the British and Americans came in with gunboats to say, you Japan, you have to enter into the world economy. If you don't, we are coming to bomb the grass out of you. They didn't do. The Japanese now conceded. In them conceding to the Western will, they traded with them. They learned from them. They built their economy and industrialized to a certain level. When now they saw how strong they were, they joined the Germans in the Second World War against America, Pearl Harbor. They were the first one to drop bomb there. You understand? And then they ended with Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Now, Japanese, understanding what power is, they really did bow to the power of the West at that point, which is why you see the tie between Japan and America so tight. But it's a complex thing, and it can't be just brushed over. It's a complex thing that is tied.
Their history goes back. I'm aware of some of the history. One of the history that they had with the Japanese has something to do with Australia, and that was a bit of a sad history because it eventually led to serious resentment by the Chinese of the West, and eventually led to the Second World War. And I think Americans don't want to repeat that, and not to mention the fact that the Chinese was growing and we're becoming a growing threat to them, and they have to keep them in check. And this is what they do. Whenever they need you to keep another group in check, they work with you. They work as closely as possible with you. And they are doing it with India right now. They are literally offering India nuclear submarines, offering them all kinds of perks and deals. So they do these things because they need you. If they don't need you anymore and they are still more powerful than you while they don't need you, you are in trouble. And it's your fault. And this is the thing about the Asians. You have to, what the Chinese did, if they hadn't done it, I don't think you will see the development you are seeing right now in Japan or in South Korea. You will not see it because they will also
sorry. When you say, if I may ask, when you say that you conflicted a bit between China and Japan, I'm trying to understand your narrative between China's and Japanese growth because they're quite different.
Yes. So, the reason why I say that is because they are more amenable, let's put it that way, to working with the Japanese and the South Koreans because they need them as a counterweight to this thing, China. And China, because China is growing quite rapidly, you can see with the way they are maneuvering right now, they are lining up those nations all around China, trying to kind of blockade China in there by forming alliances with different people around China. And India is one of their biggest linchpin. Hence, the deal that they had with India just about 4 to 5 weeks ago, giving them all kinds of major perks. So they do these things because they need you. And if you think if China wasn't there, they would do that deal with India, then they won't. Because they don't want to advantage India in any way. And they did what they did for China too was because of the Soviet Union. You see, the way they play this game, when they have a big threat and they know that somebody can help them deal with that threat to an extent, they are willing to give almost anything for it. And what bothers me is that we have not even made ourselves worthy in any way to merit that kind of deal. Or maybe we are worthy, but we have not even realized it or even willing to make our case for it. Because
can you say perhaps the people who you fear have an agenda towards the development of black peoples around the world is actually skewed somewhere else rather than a whole bunch of other people, right? Like it's a certain type of people that are quite adamant about this. It's just for the case of Nigeria. It's just Nigeria is currently politically inconvenient as well because BRICS say the economy, and that's where Brazil and all that stuff would like to go. But Russia and China would like to go politically as well. Make BRICS a political kind of body as well to just participate on NATO and all that stuff. But Nigeria is currently inconvenient for them to work with as well. It's just as simple as that and all that kind of stuff. But would you say, Tunaja, would you say, because what you just said right now is quite important, which kind of people are so desperate and are so against the development of African type of people around the world?
You know what? I don't think it's a conscious in their mind to be against Africans. If there is any group that will be against Africans just viscerally, I would say is the ruling class in India, because they encoded it into their religion. So something you encode into your religion, you abhor the people by default. The others is just based on either envy and the fact that we are weak. When you are weak, people take advantage of you. It's not personal.
Do you think some people can have this logic of saying, okay, we are this and they are that, they are the opposite of us, so obviously you must terminate them. They are completely the opposite of us and all that kind of stuff.
Can I butt in real quick? Sorry, can I
hold on, let Tunaja answer that. Let Tunaja answer that, then you can bump in. Tunaja, do you think some people can be of the mindset of thinking they are clearly the opposite of us, they are clearly the most opposite to us and all that stuff, hence why if we cannot get along we must terminate them?
The only people that I think will feel that way at this stage that I know of will be the Indians. That's literally that. No, I wouldn't say no, and even them, I would not say they will want to go and wipe us out.
I don't understand what you're saying. The Indians.
Because of their caste system. I'm talking about because of their caste system.
But you know the caste system was set by the British. It's not their religion. No, we have to speak accurately.
It goes further back. No,
my brother, I'm telling you, you have to read the history. You have to read the history. It's the Oyinbos set that thing up inside their religion. The Oyinbos aren't to be played with. Let me say this: if you understand that we have been at war since this guy who conquered most of Europe and Asia at the time, Alexander the Great, so-called. By the time he set up Alexandria in Egypt, we were at war with the Europeans. The Europeans, Greeks especially, have understood the power of what is African. Now they set to steal their technology, their understanding, their religion, and everything. Because at that time, in terms of influence, Egypt was influencing the whole planet. You understand? The whole known.
Let me just read this to you. It says, thus, it seems that the Hindu caste system began to solidify sometime between 1000 to 200 BCE. So well over 2000 years ago, when this stuff became codified. There are histories going back in the antiquity that have battles between both groups.
I'm aware. I'm aware. The thing is that the caste system, the way it is today and the way it's now embedded, is not a threat to Africa, because we are still under that same caste system. We call it colorism. You understand? We still have that same issue. However, Indians are not a threat to Africans. The threat to Africans is coming from ourselves and the Western homogeny. That's what's going on. And I'm saying that's been going on since Alexander the Great conquered Egypt. That's how long it's been going on for. They've been
but that type, you see, the difference between that type and the other type, the one the Indians have, is that the type you're talking about is based on exploitation. It's not based on any deep religious reason.
No, it's not. There's nothing
so
religious.
that is why the Indian one
Nothing
is slightly
spiritual about
different.
it. Nothing
But
spiritual
Although
about it.
Tunaja, it can come up from the point or the mindset that because you are the most opposite to me, you are the most different to me than any other person. That means you must be the undesirable. I must get rid of you. That's where certain people who are extremely racist can end up concluding. Not because they are expecting or they have a religious reason. It's simply because you're the most different to them.
I'm not sure that is the base. See, maybe you are right. I think that is one aspect, but it's when you pose a threat that's when people tend to come for you. And I've not really seen historically that people just look at you just because you look different. That's the reason why they come after you. Otherwise, people will just kill all the dogs and all the cats and all the rest of it because it looks different, isn't it? So my take is that there's something else has to be on top of it. There has to be a historical vendetta or blood feud that has occurred. But in the case of India, it got to a point whereby they codified it into their religious system, that they have a whole class of people that have gone for generation after generation. The reason why I consider them a threat, the reason why I consider it a threat is because if Africa does well, let me just give you an idea what the picture I'm trying to paint. If Africa is doing well, those black people are doing well, it could upend their own society, because generally the darkest ones are the Dalits that they treat as, the untouchables, as they call them. So it could upend their society, because those Dalits will be like, oh, those people are as dark as us. Look at them, they are flourishing just fine. Why should we be treated like rubbish here? They will oppose them too, because those ones were once at the top. The darker ones were once at the top. Long before the Aryans arrived, the lighter ones conquered them. So that is why I think their own system is a little bit more visceral. And I see it in them. When you see some Indians, they can't help it, because they grow up thinking like that. They grow up, their religion is literally based on that. So when they see a black person, they can't help it but have that bias there. That is my point. Sorry, Horsefall, you've been around for quite a bit and been very patient, and thank you for coming in, Horsefall. What do you think about? Well, you can always go back to the BRICS. That's why we are here after all.
Well, firstly, I would by the way, good evening all. I would disagree with you. I don't believe India is a threat to Africa. They have almost zero influence in Africa.
Oh, sorry. Maybe I spoke a little. I didn't make myself clear. I didn't say India is a direct threat to Africa. It's just that the question was about who will viscerally want to come after us. That's the question I was answering. They are not a direct threat. They are not close, and all that put together. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, if you say viscerally, India did not colonize any African country, so I still don't classify them as a threat.
They didn't have the capacity to.
It's always been Africa and the West.
Yep.
They've always been our biggest threats. They came, divided, and they conquered us. Even up till today, they've kept us in subjugation by creating borders only in Africa. If you're European, you can travel to Africa, but an African cannot easily travel within Africa. It's not something that we should say no. No, I don't believe it. Indians they pose zero threat to Africans. The Europeans, even up till today, look at what's happening in Niger. Why would a country like France still practice neocolonialism?
Okay, let me put it this way. Can I ask you this question then? The way, because I'm not saying they pose direct threat to other, and one, they never had capacity to even colonize Africa. However, let's say you want to give power to America today, the same power America has, you want to grant it to India. God, let's say you have the power of God. I say, okay, you are supposed to give it to one of them, and would you rather leave it in the hands of America or give it to India?
You mean the power of hegemony?
Yes, the power America has today. You have that power. You have the power to take it from America and give it to India. Would you leave it in the hands of America or would you give it to India?
With what is happening today, what I've seen, I would not stick with the status quo. Yes.
Well answered. Very
That's
well
it.
answered.
It's a fair answer because you think the status quo is a worse situation. But what
Well,
if the other one
to Niger,
you
I'll
had
be
it to the say,
forefather.
oh my God, yes, yeah, go ahead.
Forefather, answer your own question. I want to hear your answer to that question you posed.
See, for me, I would think twice. Let me put it this way: I will go deeper than I have done right now and study India more closely. And if I get any inkling that there is no hope in redeeming them from the way they perceive Africans or darker people, I will never give them that power. I will never. I would rather it remains in the hands of Europeans.
Can I interject?
Yeah.
It's rather unfortunate
Because they
that
could literally come and wipe us out.
to Niger, it's rather unfortunate that you say India can purposely come and wipe you out because you are black. You forgot that America has a history that
Absolutely. My
has caused
goodness.
more harm on black people that no other country has ever. It's very funny that I come on this panel and see people with very myopic brain. You know, they are just kind of concerned with
Okay.
what is happening. They are just
You're
kind of
you're
concerned.
not going to come and degrade the
No,
conversation.
let me finish.
If you
People
do
are
that
just
again, you're
just
going to
kind
end
of
up backstage.
to Niger, can you
You're going
allow
to
me
end
to?
up backstage if you do that again.
I know,
Don't
but
start insulting people.
it's very funny how people are just self-centered, just what they see at this point in time. They don't go back in history and say, but wait a minute, what did India did to black people? Is it more than what America did to black people? No. America has caused more harm. America was one of the guys that sponsored the slavery. Slavery was after the Holocaust, baby. Slavery was one of the most craziest things that happened to black people. America slaughtered a lot of black people in this country, man. So what the heck you talking about? So because they are now out saying, "Oh, we stand for this," you think they really stand for you? Oh man, come on, man. It's what unfortunate.
It's a very strange position you take, forefather.
Let me
Very strange.
It sounds strange.
let me
It
just
sounds strange
interject a
because you are
little
not
bit and
looking
go
at
back.
it for. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
No. You see what you're doing, forefather? You're putting your imagination into the psyche of a whole people.
Yeah, but
And
let me
then I'm
just
afraid I don't follow what your argument at all.
Hold on. Let me say something.
No,
To
let me
Niger.
just come on, man.
Oh no, Jude.
You guys have been on the panel for a long
Go
time. At least
on.
let me just finish my point, then you guys can go ahead and talk. To Niger, this is the thing, right? Your ego of Nigeria not being a participant to the BRICS shouldn't, carry your to your transgression to India. Nigeria, I told you yesterday on this panel that Nigeria is a spy to other countries. While other countries that are supporting Niger are in the BRICS, Nigeria has dived to support the Western powers, and that was a major problem why they chose Ethiopia over Nigeria. Another problem that you're talking about the caste system. Let me go back to Argentina. Argentina was one of the countries that slaughtered black people.
Yep.
Send them out of Argentina, make Argentina white again. So I mean, when you talk, I mean, come on, man, you have to check out other countries. But when it comes to all these BRICS and stuff like this, man, it wasn't just time for Nigeria. Nigeria should sit down and recapitulate and think about what really happened. Because there was a lot of things that happened. The economy is draining. Ethiopia is very strategic as we speak. It is the capital of the African Union. So you actually have 3 African countries represented. So it makes no sense to say African countries are not represented or it was a bias or anything. Another point that I want to make is I think the BRICS is dividing Africa into halves. I'm telling you for a fact. The prosperity that Africa could one day have one currency is no more. Because take for instance, if you have BRICS coming out with their own currency, it will affect other African these people will now refuse to say if Africans want to sit down and form, they might not join it because the BRICS currency might be one of the strongest. And that is a big problem on the continent where Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt, all these other big countries could have sat down and say, but wait a minute, let's create a good currency for Africa. That's why the European Union it is today, because European countries sat and created a European Union currency. But Africa
That's a
with a
good
low
point.
IQ, low mindset, inferiority complex, only want to link up with Europeans and white people to be prosperous and strong. That is why we're still going to be at the bottom of where we are today. And I'm just going to leave it right there, since other people do not want other people to talk and take over the conversation. Thanks.
Thank you. You see the point you raised about India. I don't know whether you understand the context. It's a thought experiment based on if both nations were in front of me, and knowing how, because I like to think that the West, their approach to us is not necessarily directly based on hate. It is directly based on the fact that they want to exploit us and they want to subjugate us. That is what they want to do. They want to exploit us, not necessarily because they codify into their religion that we are like people that are meant to be slaves. They fear us. They know what we are capable of doing. They know we were in Europe. They know what we are capable of doing. There's a difference there. If somebody is fighting you because they see you as an enemy, there is a difference than somebody, even when you are not an enemy, they still see you as less than. They will never see you as equal to them, because their religion tells them that you are below them. So that is the difference that I'm talking about here. And that is why I rate the Indians a little bit different. And I've met them in the UK too. And one of the,
I fully understand what you mean in terms of what they have coded in their religion. So with that, I'll take that into consideration. But when you have a proven track record of people who have exterminated black people across the world, or colored peoples across the world, to take over their continent, Australia, Americas, all that stuff, Argentina, Brazil, when you have people like that, Jamaica, who have proven track record of doing that. And if you saw Africa before the World War II as well, what was happening is that a lot of Europeans were migrating into the continent, in Eastern Africa and Southern Africa. You know, if that was to continue without the war happening, you would have had a conflict of interest today, in which Europeans will be gaining more land. It would have created conflict in which they would have actually felt, you know what, let's exterminate these black peoples in the southern region and create the Transvaal. Let's exterminate these East Africans and take over the region and all that stuff. So I don't think it would have stopped them doing that. Hitler's war stopped them from doing that. It kind of put a halt at that. They couldn't project that much power anymore. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think it's away from them that they're too far off from doing that. They're definitely capable of doing that.
See, I agree with you. They are very close. The two sides are not that different in reality. But I rate the one. It's like rating, how do I put it, Hitler versus Mussolini or some other despot out there. Because Hitler to the Jews is like antidote. He's coming for them. He really come. That is the difference. The others may still hate Jews. They, like the UK, they persecute them and everything. But Hitler is on a different level, and that is what I'm trying to highlight. And while I'm in the UK, I've experienced a kind of covert racism, or all this what do they call it, microaggression and all the rest of it. But the Indians, they do it to your face. They don't they don't even hide it. Like in a shop, they will do it to your face, and they can't help it. Some of them are even as dark as you. Do you know that they have more dark people in India than in Nigeria? But yet, those same dark people will see you, and it's almost like they have been conditioned to even hate anybody that's even the same color as them.
To Nigeria, may I interject a bit, because that's why I came in.
Yeah. Oh, black experience. I think that's the first time I've seen you on any panel.
No, I'm usually at on a politics with Obi once in a while.
You are welcome.
Once in a while. But my brother Jagun is right. Okay. Have you heard of the great city or great civilization of Zimbabwe, the old one that was discovered in Central Africa?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you study the history of it, you can watch any documentary, you can go online and Google it. When they arrived at Africa, they were searching for another civilization that was created by the Aryan race. The Aryan race. Have you heard of the Aryan Brotherhood?
Yes.
that's a racist organization that believes that it was white people from Atlantis or from somewhere that had powerful technology that came down and civilized the whole earth by themselves. So whenever they found any civilization, they would say, oh, it must have been them that were here to create all these massive structures, because these primitive people, especially the Black Africans, can't build anything. So you have to apply that to India, Nigeria, South America, the Polynesians, and even to Carthage. You know, there is a narrative that want to drive home. Hold on. The narrative is very simple. We created civilization and we brought civilization to humanity. When they went to Egypt and they dug deep, they found out that ancient Egypt was built by Black people. It messed up their mindset. They had to start destroying the statues. They had to start writing history. They had to just wipe out Black people from the list. Now, the question is, why do Indians treat the dark skins the way they do? It's because it was done purposefully. It was embedded into their brain. Saying the northern Indians are better than you, obviously, because they're part of the Aryan race based on language, linguistic.
Thank you.
Now, the southern Indians, as of 10 years ago, have done their own research, digging into their own history, saying, no, the caste system was never based on skin color. A Brahmin could be Black. They had Black Brahmins.
Give this guy a round of applause, man. Thank you for the accuracy, my friend. And not just
the highest order in the inner society, the warriors and the priests. There were Black people there. So it was never about race, but the British and the French, while spreading their Aryan race theory, they just basically say, oh, it must be that the white northerners conquered the southern people that were primitive and then gave them civilization. Say no. Most civilizations started from the south of the whole equator, all over Earth. Okay? Nama the First, which was the first emperor of Egypt that combined Upper and Lower Egypt, was purely a Black man.
Is an African.
And the ancient Egyptians themselves said that they came from Uganda. They didn't call it Uganda. They call it
Buganda.
No, not Buganda. No. They call it something of the gods. The river of the gods. You know, which is only located below the equator, straight close to Congo and close to Uganda. And most people won't believe that because they're like, okay, how can this great civilization have been brought about by these primitive people? Do you understand? So you have to understand what they were trying to do. They were trying to destroy the Black people in the eyes of the world so they could keep enslaving them, because they had to justify, why are we enslaving our fellow human beings, knowing what greatness they have contributed to humanity. They had to go back to the Bible, say the Bible says you can enslave people, and after all, these aren't humans. They called us subhumans, knowing fully well that we're humans. They did experiments in Namibia. Go to Namibia now. The white people there wiped out all the Black people. The Germans did experiments on Blacks in the millions before they even killed one Jew in Europe.
Absolutely.
But it will never be discussed because, you know, it will make them look more evil than they already are.
Well said. Well said, my brother.
Jagun was right. Or I'm sure he knew more about the history, but people have dug into this history and they have discovered what they need to, but it's just nobody wants to make it public.
Nobody wants to understand it. I really thank you. I really thank you for that submission.
Let me just ask one question. Regarding this thing before then. When you finish, I will respond. Regarding the period where they originally said that the caste system wasn't based on color. When did the transformation happen? When it started getting linked to color?
When the British came over and conquered them, because the British rewrote the history of India when they came in.
Yep.
Okay. So, because the reason why I say that is because I've read historically that there was a conflict that occurred because there was a bit of migration from the Aryan region, which is the Iranian area, towards the region.
The Aryan race. Yes.
Yeah, so there was a conflict between both sides. The Dravidians that are in the southern part of India now, they used to be the most dominant group, and they are the darker ones.
Yes.
And when those ones came in, because of that conflict, and when they won it, they encoded it into their religion to keep them down. The Dravidians down. So that is, anyway, that's the kind of context. So if that was the case, the lighter one from time immemorial already put the darker ones, saw the darker ones as less than. So to say now that it's the Europeans that encoded it into their system, I don't know. Obviously, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm an expert in Indian history. That's why I even said before I would consider handing the power to America or India, I will go and look deeper into India, because I don't necessarily know categorically the facts on these matters.
I can go deeper in there for you. I can go deeper, okay? It was a simple war based on climate change. It was a climate change. The Northerners, the Northern Indians, the one from Iran, were going through whatever they were going through. You know, the weather was changing. They needed more food. They needed more land. So naturally, they came further south. Whenever the North started to mess up, all humanity everywhere went south, even in South America. Because even in the Americas before the white man came, they were pushing down from North America to South America. So when you push down, you're going to encounter people that were there before you. And you're either going to negotiate with them or you're going to war with them. But they warred and negotiated and they decided to become one. But let me go further deeper, okay? Black people are not stupid. We're very smart. And we've been smart for a very long time. Like a very long time. Without us being smart, humanity will not be where it is today.
Simple.
It will not be spread all over, including in Australia, Polynesia, including South America, North America. Humanity won't be where it is without the black man. Historically, at some point, there were black men all over the earth at some point in history.
Yes,
only then. And they changed slowly to lose their pigmentation, and then they became whatever they needed to become to survive. But with that intelligence, when they started to build with rocks, the Masons, when they started to build with rocks, they at some point realized we are changing Earth. We are destroying Earth. Do you understand? We are creating a problem that we don't know about, but we need to stop. The black people from wherever they were moved further down back into the jungles, because they realized that we have to be one with the jungles. We have to be one with nature in order for us to preserve this earth for ourselves and for our future generation. It was the Northerners that kept building and digging up more rocks and building more cities. Even to today, we are crying about climate change. Climate change because we keep destroying our ecosystem. But the so-called primitive blacks figured this out a long time ago, that if you disturb Mother Earth, she will disturb you right back. You understand? She will bring you disease. She will bring you earthquakes. She will bring you rain. She will bring you typhoons, and she'll bring you all manner of natural disasters. So they reverted back to their little society, back to the jungles of Benin City, or back to Imo State or Lagos, and they just lived in conjunction with nature. We are currently discovering that, and I have friends that study architecture. They say our ancients had a better sense of how to treat the environment than we do. You don't have to destroy to build a home for yourself. You understand?
Absolutely. If I can just add to that, in terms of the whitening of pigmentation globally. If you look at the global South, historically there's a civilization that we don't know that much about, called the Indus Valley Civilization. Now,
and we're aware of it,
yes, these people largely in Pakistan, Afghanistan, and India, that kind of region on the Indus Valley waterbeds. These
Sumerians,
the Sumerians.
right?
Sumerians. The Indus Valley was one where it was Africans who were there. When I say Africans, as my good friend said, we have been pushed down, and we pushed ourselves further south, further back.
Yes.
What happened now? If you take a place like the Philippines, Thailand, in the Indonesias, if you see those areas, many of the people are Chinese looking.
Yes.
But they're not Chinese. They are, there's a place called Fiji. If you see those people, you know they're African. And those people themselves, in their history, they say they came in from East Africa.
They look like the Khoisan. They look like the Khoisan people. The Khoisan people from South Africa. That's what they look like. That's who they are.
Well, the thing is, the Khoisan are different. They're their own people. That's part of the. You know that in Africa there are more ethnicities than there are ethnicities. If you group the whole world together, it's less than the ethnicities in Africa itself.
100%.
Africa is the cradle, the bedrock of humanity.
It is.
Now, given this, when we look at the Philippines and all these areas, the Oyimbos, the Europeans, they brought a lot of the Chinese down into these areas to make them less black. And if you
wipe them out, like a genocide, basically. Like
yes, that we don't even know that we're looking at our brothers. We're looking at our brothers. Do you understand? They're our people. But we
now, I believe forgive me, Jargon.
But aren't they all our people in the end? Because they all emanated from Africa. If you look at the
to be honest, we don't know how the European came about.
We are all human beings.
We don't know how they came.
No, Jargon.
Django, come on, man.
We are all human beings.
Ross,
we don't know how the Europeans came about.
We don't know how they came about, brother.
We are all human beings. That I will attest for, based on science, based on
they all meandered away from Africa and ended up in a cold climate, and they acclimatized to that climate and became the way they are now.
Yes.
See, if you look deeply at people, you find out that we are quite more similar than we think we are. Africa has so much variation. If you go out there, you pick Europeans, just remove the color of their hair, remove the eyes, and darken the skin a little bit. You will find faces like that on the continent. So some of all these things are not
all over.
Yeah, it's not as deep as we think it is.
But let me tell you something too, Nigel. Okay, there is a rift. There is a rift between the Europeans, the Mediterraneans, in the continent of Africa. You can take it back to Egypt if you want. You can take it back to Carthage if you want. Carthage
That's
being
right.
Yes.
That's correct. Yeah, I'm agreeing with you.
You can take Carthage now. This hatred might be the one that's like, it might be like lions and hyenas. Lions and hyenas came from almost the same line. Hyena broke off from the same line that a hyena and a lion and a wolf came from. So a hyena and a lion will live together. They will hunt together. But there's a hatred between a lion and a hyena that a lion cannot even eat a hyena, but a hyena can eat a lion. You understand? So it feels like that with black people, Europeans, and with sub-Saharan Africans.
Oh, you don't know that? You don't know that hyenas, lions can eat hyenas. I've seen the
lions can't eat hyena. Lions hate the smell of hyenas. They hate the smell.
Yeah, but they can eat it. They do eat it. I've seen it happen.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Show me a video, I beg. Show me a video.
When a lion gets nippy and hungry, after killing the hyena, they start munching on it. I've seen it. I've seen it on YouTube videos. You can check it out.
I'll move that one. But with the city of Carthage, before Rome rose, for Rome to rise, Rome literally had to obliterate one of the oldest civilizations known to man. Obliterate is the word. With the help of the Libyans. The Libyans helped them do it. I keep asking myself, this civilization that you guys destroyed, what secrets did they hold of sub-Saharan Africa? Because they were the first to encounter sub-Saharan Africans.
No, the thing is, if I may say, the Carthage, which is largely in the area of what we now call Tunisia,
yes,
those people initially come from what we today call Israel. They were black. Wait, let me land so I'll get my thoughts straight. They came from there. They were actually called, before they were called Carthaginians, they were not Philistines. There's another word for these people.
Phoenicians.
Phoenicians. Wonderful. Thank you very much. They are Phoenicians. Now, these Phoenicians were seafarers. They knew the waterways. So in the whole of what we now call the Mediterranean, they navigated it. They knew it better than anybody. They set up the system into Carthage after much war was taking place in that part of what we now call Middle East, Israel particularly. So in that now, they were the first to conquer Europe. Now, I've traveled to Spain, Portugal. I've been in a lot of the Balearic Islands. All these places, you'll just be seeing African faces. So I was one guy in their architecture. You'll be seeing African faces on the walls and all this. So I wondered what was going on here. And then one Sardinian guy was explaining to me that all these lands belonged firstly to the Africans. It was all ours. We what's the word? We not conquered. We settled these areas. We settled them until, as my man rightly says, the Romans came and they didn't like what we had over this world.
Yes.
I agree with the context of humanity, black, white, blue, green. We are all involved in humanity. However, you see, there is war. There is war going on, and we have to, especially as Nigerians, we have to recognize the war that's been going on historically till date. It's only then that we can actually be on the right side of history. Presently, Nigerians are just simply not on the right side of history. We keep making wrong decisions that take us back as a nation and take the black world at a ghast. It's as though we haven't experienced the pain of what it is to be black until we live this pain, but we don't seem to understand where it's coming from. It's coming from the fact that we're at war and we don't realize that we are at war. So how we conduct ourselves in this war is upside down. We're finding ourselves at play when everyone else is at war. If everyone else is at war, and we understand that as Nigerians, let's say, we have to now put together what it is that we are doing, either to counter this war or to settle the war. I'll submit there.
Let me buttress your point, Jagun, okay? When it comes to Nigeria, there was a gentleman that came on this platform yesterday, and he asked Lokopi a question. The question was, why? Why? He kept asking that question, why? Why isn't Africa developed? And why are African Americans not doing so well in America? Why? Why? He asked that question 1,000 times. Why isn't Haiti doing well? Why isn't Jamaica doing well? Why isn't Rio de Janeiro of Brazil doing well? The answer was very simple. It was done purposefully.
Yes,
on purpose. Okay? I will use Africa or Southern Africa as an example.
But it does it have to be done on purpose? You just have to
listen. This is why
you just have to disadvantage some group of people because they are not powerful.
He's quite intelligent currently. He's intelligent because he has a 100-year plan, a 200-year plan, a 50-year plan, a 30-year plan that you are unaware of. The plan for, I'll use Kenya as an example. The plan for Kenya was to wipe out the indigens and move Europeans into Kenya because they have such beautiful climate. They literally wanted to do to Kenya what they did to South America. Wipe out the indigenous with disease and then replace Europeans there because Europe was ravaged. They couldn't succeed because, one, they couldn't survive in the climate and the jungles of Africa based on disease. The same thing with Lagos. They couldn't survive in Lagos because the disease in Lagos, the ecosystem would not allow them. It wouldn't allow them because we are accustomed to it. They are not. They were dying. Even you two, Nigeria, mentioned that until they found a cure for malaria, they couldn't come in and stay. They were only sending in emissaries to go deep and to help them out. But as soon as they found the cure for malaria, they moved in mass. But by then, everybody was awake to what they wanted to do. It was done on purpose because they want this land. They want it. And whoever they have to control or wipe out to gain a real foothold in Africa and build their own civilization here, they will do it. That's the answer to why. It was done purposefully so that you don't get comfortable in your father's land. Because in 100 or 200 years, they are going to remove you through disease or through war. Through disease or through war.
Can
This is why
I ask?
some people... Huh?
Sorry, brother. Sorry. I just wanted to ask forefather a question based on why do you think that what's happening in the world and where we are today is just a matter of naturality? Why do you feel that it just happened? I don't understand.
I think it's natural because when you have a two sets of people, and one side is demonstrating weakness, the side that is demonstrating weakness will suffer reverses. It's just how nature works. This is why lions pick out the injured wildebeest or whatever is out there. It's not personal.
Yes,
Has to do it. So it's not personal, it just needs to happen. And I think nature has codified these things into the existence, is our own existence itself. And you see, when one doesn't understand that at first, you just say, oh, the white people are wicked and all the rest. But you forget that if it was us, we'll probably do the same thing because
well, we've all been alive. You see, where I go against where you're coming from is that we are not animals. Even though we can have many comparisons in nature as human beings, we can pick all kinds of levels of what happens naturally and compare it to how we exist as human beings. But we're not animals. And as much, the dignity of a human being is inside. Now, most of the global south, we have all kinds of ignorances, don't get me wrong. However, we do have a general respect for what is human being. When I go back into the annuals of what it is to be Yoruba, there are too many words, too many proverbs sanctifying what it is to be a man, what it is, the dignity, the godly dignity that it is to be a man. Now, you see, when we look at this and we look at the European, I'm afraid there's nothing godly. Well, I don't want to take away their whole humanity. I don't want to do that because, you know, I don't have many friends that are Oyinbo, but I know many of them and I have love for them. Don't get me wrong. However, you know, they have their own ways that are needed in this planet. However, my man mentioned Argentina. If you look at the most of South America, you could see the history of slavery inside there and the history of the indigenous people. You can see it. However, when you look at Argentina, you must scratch your head and say, why are there no black people here? The reason why there are no black people there is because the Argentinians, largely made up of Spanish and Italian, they put the Africans in the front line of unnecessary wars that they had with Paraguay, that they had with Uruguay. Many wars took place. So in that way, they both nations killed out a lot of their population who were black. The reason why we now know that there are black people who were there is because of the culture in Argentina. Things like the tango. This is an African slave dance that Argentina is proud of and is famed for. But these are African cultures, but there are no Africans there. So you see, you have to scratch your head correctly and understand that things are done purposefully. Man is an agent. You are either an agent of God or you're an agent of the devil. These things boil down simply when you look at things holistically, that things don't just happen naturally. Things happen because of intent.
But yet the rain falls down naturally. See, sometimes things happen that you don't have to replicate. Like me now, if I was, you know, I'm stronger than a certain set of people and life is not very easy for them, I don't need to do any extra because it's their station is already in place. It's when they decide to pull themselves up by their bootstraps that I might want to intervene to knock them back again. But outside of that, the rest will be self-fulfilling prophecy. So I think we need to also ascribe some of the things. See, like okay, let me just move on that point. In terms of the Europeans, because you were saying something about you cannot see God in them and stuff like that. we have to be careful because
No,
sometimes
I see God in everyone. I said that we are agents, and that's as individuals. We're agents either of the devil or we are agents of God. You know, the thing being played out on this planet Earth, it's not necessarily about me and you. It's not necessarily about any man. If you understand what the Lord's Prayer says, then it says is what is happening in heaven that we should be doing on earth. But we understand that what's happening on earth is not what's going on in heaven. So we really have to go deep. And this is where the whole spirit, what we speak about here on a daily is compounding, and it has many facets, and it includes everything. So whilst we may speak on a human level about politics, economy, and things that are important to human beings to exist, we still have to understand that there is a spiritual content to everything we utter, whether we understand it or not.
I am not a religious person, okay? I come from the point of view of science, okay? All humans are the same. All 8 billion of us. God bless us. I understand where Jargon is coming from. He's coming from.
You just said God bless us. Or not.
You understand me, bro?
We have to watch out.
That's how I was raised.
All this are contradiction. You can put your head in.
Listen to what I'm saying.
What talk is that?
The Europeans are warlike. They're known. Genetically, they are warlike people. It doesn't make them strong or stronger. Today, in the Guinness Book of Records, if you want to check who is the strongest physically, mentally, and even spiritually, it is a black man. Everybody knows that. Physically, we could survive anywhere on the planet. That is why they brought us. That's why they started enslaving us to go to America, because the Indians were dying. The natives were dying.
No, I think the reason why they didn't choose them is because those people refuse to serve. They
No. They did refuse. They did refuse, but they were physically boss. They were physically weaker than we are.
They were dying. Yes, they were dying. They were dying. Listen,
slavery is not a joke.
You know what? See, and one of the things that they are also capable of doing is that they also can disappear and melt into the population of the Red Indians. So that's one of the issues that they were having. Black people were different, so it's easier to track black people.
No, bros. Honestly, bros, you're very wrong. You're very wrong.
This is what documented.
If I can just quickly,
I'm just saying that there might be also other things.
There are the real factors are these are the real factors. These are the real factors. When Christopher Columbus, who was guided to the Americas by African sailors who were in Spain and Portugal at the time, yes, when they landed in the Caribbean, they saw Red Indians, yes. But they saw black people. We were there already. We were already there.
You know
so
what?
Wait. Let me land.
We have stayed very far away from the original.
No. We're speaking on the same subject now, because it's a subject about BRICS and what the power may be in BRICS today, and then the historical omissions, mistakes, errors, pluses, minuses that we have made as a black people along the way. And I'm saying that because we don't understand the context of the history. You see, the Oyimbos, they traveled the world. Secondly, they were the ones who introduced the African to the Chinese, if you like. You understand? And in their introduction, they said it like this, that Chinaman, this is the black man. He's very lazy. He's haughty. He likes sex a lot. And he's generally work shy, but he can have sex to the end of the days. That's our introduction, which is a bad introduction. Then he introduced the Chinese to the rest of the world. He said these people are slitty-eyed, they're very sneaky, they have a lot of history, and they are very what's the word? When you're I forgot the word. These English words that we just have to forget at times. It's a word that expresses that you have spiritual awareness. They call it
enlightened.
No, not enlightened. They said more derogatory. But that's how they made these. That's how they made these introductions to ourselves. So now we have taken these introductions as gospel, but they're not gospel. Because when you meet these people directly from their land, or you'll see their ignorance in meeting you as a black person, but you'll also see their humanity, their way of life. And once they see yours, bruh, the relationship between a black and Chinese or black and anyone else is quite different from the relationship that was introduced by the European. We are given, you see, again, because of our psyche and the way our psyche works, we give the European context a lot of respect, too much respect, to be frank. They're just human beings like anyone else. They're no bigger, no smaller. You understand? So
it is the victor that writes the history. Currently, the Europeans are the victors of Earth. They beat everybody. They beat Earth. So they are the ones narrating the story of everyone else.
Correct.
That's the first.
The British like to pride themselves of defeating every nation on earth.
Imagine.
But they did that because they were opportune. Now they were opportune to do that. Let me just add something to this. They were opportune to do that, and but however, given the where we are right now, where we seem to have internalized a lot of things that happen to us, you know, if one takes into buys into the idea of epigenetics, one would say that maybe we are responding to some of the things that's happened to us in the past, hence why we are not, immediately just wising up and trying to, break out and assert ourselves. Because when you have your forefathers have just recently experienced some drastic defeats and serious colonization and brainwashing, it's not easy to just come out overnight and just do the right thing that is clear based on data. So you can see that when you have conversation with our people about their security, they don't see it as very critical. But other people in other Western countries, security is paramount. If you like this campaign now in the US, you're going to hear about security. They don't play around with it, and when they talk about it, they don't talk about it for talk's sake. They implement it, because you have to. If you don't do what you promise the defense industry, you are going to be toast in the next election. So this is the name of the game. And when you tell our people that, they seem to push back. Like even when the data is suggesting that they shouldn't, they will still push back. And that makes me think that it's deeper. It's not just about logic or just about informing people.
This is where I have problem with
something
you,
deep.
This is where I have problem with you. Right here.
Yes.
Security. Right here. Security.
Yeah.
Okay. I have typed my brain out.
You're making my point. Go ahead.
No, I have typed let me say something, okay? Our security is not we are not in a vacuum. First of all, our nations are not in a vacuum. We are part of a global village. Before you are handed an intercontinental,
you are not looking at the map. You keep calling yourself global village, where they just choose some villages to give whatever they want to give pegs to, and they leave your village.
Listen. You have buttressed this point many times, and I've listened to you for almost a year.
I will enjoy you to give me that revelation that
I will,
make me
you
stop.
have to allow me, but you can't condescend what I'm saying by laughing at it.
No, I'm not going to condescend you. No, I'm listening.
Okay, that won't change the facts. Okay, I will not give a nuclear bomb to Nigeria, even if I had it in my pocket. I won't. Do you know why? They wouldn't know what to do with it, or they will let it be through corruption and end up in the hands of IPOB.
I agree.
That is really interesting.
Or to the ex-governor of Kaduna State. What's his name? El Rufai. Get into El Rufai's hand, and he will use it as a religious war against.
Wow, you're just making my point.
What
you
point
just
made
the point I
no,
made.
Okay, tell me what point I made.
You are giving reason why we shouldn't worry about security.
Not reason.
No, that's wrong. That's going too far.
I first said we are in a global village, and our security is not in a vacuum. The world will bombard us with bombs and war if we attempt to develop or to have advanced technology without their approval. They will not approve it. Before Pakistan and India got theirs, it was approved. Okay? Even before the approval, even before the approval, they were assassinating their scientists.
Who approved who?
But by the UN, NATO, and BRICS.
Approved Pakistan?
Yes, because you have to buy the parts from other people. You have to build.
Oh no! I can assure you, they didn't approve anything. I assure you of that. They were sanctioning them if anything.
Can I interject?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Pakistan and India, they were not approved by NATO. They had the backing of Russia, the Soviet Union.
Yes, a major
Those
power.
those were the suppliers of parts. They
You
helped
see?
them build their nuclear armaments. They were not given the green light. The thing is, if one of these hegemonic powers back you, you can build whatever you want to build because of there is that factor, that what they always factor in, mutual assured destruction. You can't fire on me because we'll all destroy
Yeah.
ourselves.
You
So
see,
if you have the backing of NATO, you can build whatever you want to build. If you have the backing of Russia, you can build whatever you want to build. Although in today's climate, a lot has changed, and they know that you can't just do what America did to Japan. We would all kill ourselves. So everybody is at bay. Everybody is respecting themselves, even though once in a while they try to poke each other in the eye.
but for you to say we all kill ourselves, you're assuming that we have anything to throw back.
No,
When they
no,
throw
I'm
it
not
at
talking.
us.
I'm not talking about Africa. In the context of killing themselves, I'm talking about the Americans and maybe today the Russians.
But look at what I read put on the screen, and this is making the point I was saying earlier on. Sometimes even logically they reject it because they feel like if we touch it, the cost or the defeat that occurred to our forefathers will befall us again. It's almost like a genetic memory that refused to allow people to see that you have to secure yourself in this life. Everybody in their houses, they secure their houses before they go to work. But they say, no, don't secure the people. What is that? That is recipe for poverty. Yeah, I don't understand it. If you don't secure yourself, the people that have security are the ones you're technically working for.
So, Tanaja, can I make a comment here?
Of course, you are free to say whatever you want to say.
Does Nigeria have nuclear power stations?
Nope.
No, right? So I say, look, stop worrying about nuclear weapons, man. At least get the first step. Apply to be in the partnership program for nuclear power, like Uganda and other countries have done. Get approved, start building it, right? Then join these weird little groups with Russia and China, right? And then start enriching your uranium. And that's it, man. Like
weird little groups. Why do you call weird little groups like Russia and China? So Russia, that country, I have to give it to that country. They really have shared a lot of technology with so many groups that are free today.
Yes,
and
especially India.
Yeah, to say we are unworthy of it, I have shared my whatever genetic imprint that was put in me to say we should deny ourselves power. I've thrown it out. So give me the armor of God itself. I will take it.
Let me ask you a question, Tanaja. The same question you asked electricity. Okay, give me a plan. Give me a plan, step by step, of how you hope to achieve having this military success in Nigeria or West Africa. Give me a plan that's viable, that makes sense, step by step. The same way you told electricity to do so, because I can't even imagine it. So help me out and help the people that are listening out, so we can hear.
All right, thank you. This should be very simple. You start from what you have. What do you have? You have a lot of people. And what do you have also? You have enough power, you have enough economic activity on the ground to build an army. You build an army, you stabilize not just an army of soldiers as we know them, you build a security network in that even Israelis or maybe the Singaporeans will envy. You build this robust one, keep your country secure, encourage investment, encourage your diaspora to return, and also encourage the greater diaspora to return because you are more secure. You are a secure environment to operate in, and you build from there. You incrementally innovate in technology. The next phase for me is transparency, because you have to have a stable system, and without it being transparent, you're not going to be stable. So you have a transparent system, and then you go on to have a technological revolution, because at the end of the day, once you are secure, you have the economy ticking. It's technological revolution that ensures your survival. Of course, relationships, soft power, and all the rest is there, but when it comes down to it, it's your ability to win battles, an ability to win wars, and often it comes down to actually fighting other people. And if you cannot defeat them in the conflicts, then you are not, you're going to serve the ones that win the war. Let's put it that way, just like we are doing right now. So that's what you do. You go for technological revolution, and from there, personally, my job is done. I don't care too much after that, because I just want to ensure our survival.
Okay. How many centuries would that take? Centuries, that means hundreds of years.
It shouldn't even take 20 years. Why should it take 20 centuries? 20 years is long.
First of all, okay, so
let me explain it to you. Let me explain it to you. You see what you said, 200 years. That is what I'm talking about again. Do you know how long it took North Koreans to get to from where they are to where they are right now? They had almost zero.
I hate using North Korea as an example because I know it's a very close society, so we can't say much about North Korea. It's a close society.
Okay, we can say about North Korea. We can say. Remember, before it became North Korea, it was one Korea. It was these people that divided them again.
It is a closed society, but they are thriving. And
they're thriving. How do you know they're thriving?
No, they're not thriving. They're not thriving.
I'm living in. If the country I'm living in is telling me
that are there, the people are there. They are not sleeping. They are there using ballistic missiles and nuclear weapons.
No, but that doesn't mean that they're thriving. That doesn't mean that they're thriving.
They are surviving. They are surviving. They are not like
the millions of people there. From what because I live in the U.S. and from what my government is telling me is that they are starving and being enslaved.
That is because you are under propaganda.
Oh my God, you believe
when
that?
Has the US ever? When has the US?
So basically, any information from the US where I reside, I reside in the US. Man of Prestige does the same thing. Paul does the same thing. 3 of us reside in the US. You tell me that the information that I'm receiving from the most liberal government on earth about North Korea is false.
It is.
Then you and I cannot have a conversation.
No, that's unfair.
Let me give you an example, please. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. I agree the US is telling you the truth. I believe they were also telling you the truth when they came to the UN Assembly and said Iraq had WMDs.
Well said.
Okay.
Well said.
Were they telling you the truth?
They told us why they did that. They had to
No,
lie.
bro.
Were they telling you the truth?
This guy, man.
Who is the person talking?
Let me ask you a question. Horsfail. How do I know that they lied about it? I know they lied about it because the opposition did research and fought them to get the information out. And then the public like us was made aware of it, and we revolted and got rid of the Republican Party. In North Korea, it's not the same.
You made us to believe that the information you're getting is correct, which you're getting from the everyday news.
I will believe
that
any
we're all
information from the
hearing.
U.S. government until the day I die, because I can't trust the Russians. I'm not communist. I can't trust North Korea. I'm not from there. I trust the most advanced civilization on Earth currently. That's who I believe in.
So the most advanced
I can't believe Russia. Am I Russian? I'm not Russian. I'm American.
Can you specify what you mean by trust or believe in?
Trust means that if they tell me right now that Tinubu has a nuclear bomb and they invade Nigeria, I will believe them.
Wow.
I will believe them. Simple. Because
I don't understand. I don't understand how you say. Wait. Hold on.
Wow.
Hold on. I also live in the US. I don't understand how you say you believe what the US tell you. When in the US, what first news will tell you in a certain thing, CNN will tell you the direct opposite. The same US.
Is it about America or is it about the international community? It's about America, then I will doubt it. I will do it based on politics. But if they tell me something about North Korea, I'm not going to argue with them.
So what do you think they'll tell you about North Korea? North Korea is completely closed. So we can't speak much for North Korea.
Thank you, but these ones are saying that they live in they're happy, they're eating well, they're advanced.
No,
I said they are thriving. I said they are thriving.
They are eating well. I'm not saying they are happy.
Thriving.
Well, let me just give you the data now. This data is not released by North Korea. It's collated by international people that know how to do these things. So that is the life expectancy of North Korea that is under sanction for decades upon decades upon decades. Nigeria doesn't have any sanction. Look at the Nigeria's life
For
expectancy.
that one in terms of life expectancy, it doesn't really matter. Sometimes lifestyle, food, the food that people eat. It's just like when you see the Asians people, they eat healthy. You understand? If you live in the West today, if you want to eat healthy, what do you think you do? You go to Chinese food. You go to the Asian food. I mean to say more and everything. So sometimes food, because
hold
food
on.
is also medicinal to our body.
Hold
You
on. Are you saying
understand?
that every advanced nation have better food than us? That's why.
No, he's not saying that. He's not saying that. Understand
I'm
him.
not saying that.
Understand him, please. He's letting you know that life expectancy is not evaluated on
economy,
growth and economy and well-being necessarily. It's more to do with culture. If
Can
your
I
culture,
can I interject?
Go for it.
It doesn't matter. Sorry, let me just finish what I'm saying. I'm just trying to share something here. Let me finish sharing what I'm sharing. Life expectancy basically says how long people live in your country, whether it's bad or not. It doesn't matter. If the other people have 20 people and they live 70 years, and your person lives 50 years, guess what? They are going to thrive better than you. It doesn't matter whether you have culture; they have an advantage over
So,
you.
Fofana, if you want to say so, then Africa have a better chance than the West today because we have more young people. The West, they are aging. You understand?
Yeah.
Will you just want to use only that one to equate your success? It doesn't really matter.
That's why I'm comparing other things too, like literacy rate. You check the literacy rates of the country. In the case of North Korea, they have 100% literacy rate, and in the case of Nigeria,
How?
Because you think it's impossible.
How can a society have 100% literacy rate?
it just means that everybody reads. It just means all that
Yes,
means
that's what
is
it
that everybody
means.
can read. Come on, what's the
These are
matter?
people. These are people that collect the data here. These micro trends people, they collect the data from every nation,
What do you mean
and they
how?
know what they are talking about.
It's 100%. That's
And
already false.
you see, North Koreans, when their population was around 10 million, they built an underground network, train network, 100 meters underground in 4 years. And this is after a war that their country was decimated. The reason why I'm raising this point was because you were thinking that to solve the problem of Africa has to take 100 years. When a people mean to do stuff, they get it done quickly.
That's true. I agree on that.
An example of that is Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. So
Why? I
that's
tell you what an example is. In the eastern part of Nigeria, the Igbos, from largely being naturalized people with their own governance, living in the forest, when education came to them, it only took one generation for them to eat the education and arise. One generation. One. So we have to understand that it's how people perceive or take things in and then develop it from there. The data that Forefather is bringing to us now, the data that you're bringing is simply a leveler. It doesn't tell any truths necessarily. It's a leveler to say this is happening in this region. It is from there now you ask questions why. So all these things are to be analyzed and given perspective. We can't take them at just the level that they are. We have to adjust our views. But if I can just make this submission to join in with what Forefathers' perception is as to our economic and cultural growth, it can be done. It can be done within 5 years. You begin with the psyche of the people and making sure that you are bringing a narrative that is true for the people of that area, of that nation. And we know within ourselves, our psyche is not correct. Our psyche is deflated. It's split into many various points, and is largely led by Eurocentric understandings. It's not Afrocentric necessarily. So therefore, once you've done it's a continuous job of rewashing the brain. once you're on that level now, the advantage that we see right now in West Africa, West Africa right now has an opportunity to change the whole narrative. And again, Nigeria is intrinsic to this change. However, we appreciate that we're still not getting it right. The Francophone countries in Western Africa were the countries that posed a major problem with our development because of the homogeny of France. Now, Ghana, Nigeria, Gambia, Sierra Leone, Liberia, 5 countries in West Africa which are Anglophone, if you like. We speak English. Now, with this, we had an appreciation of how to develop in terms of education infrastructure and such like, a bit more than the Francophone countries. The Francophone countries represent a kind of stronghold that are holding the whole West Africa back. But what's holding West Africa back more is Nigeria, because our psyche is wrong. If Nigeria joined Niger and those Francophone countries in their quest to rid themselves of the French, West Africa would happen within two years. It will be a different place. But we're not looking at it like that. Unfortunately, we're looking to go to war with our brothers. So we have to understand the complexities in this thing. West Africa could have had its own currency it was supposed to actually happen 2019, 18, that kind of area, where it could have actually happened. But the French threw the spanner works in, using Ghana, our man in Ghana who is so strong sounding. But it was them that scuppered the whole thing for what would have been called the eco. Now, where BRICS is concerned, and the importance of BRICS, is not to say that we cannot have our own currency in Africa. What it is to say, however, is that there are strong members in the global south that would cause a real juxtaposition against the homogeny economically of the US dollar. And that is what needs to happen. Because whether we like it or not, the US dollar is going to hell. What are we going to do at that stage? What do we use for money? Do we join them in their fiat currency that means nothing, and then join them in chipping ourselves as human beings and putting a chip inside our body, which is their plan, and making us commodities within ourselves yet again? Because that's what the plan is. What are we going to do about this? Are we going to fall into the fiat economies of the world? Or are we going to create? Human beings are supposed to be creative people, problem solvers. Are we going to create a balance to this homogeny? That is what's going on.
Thank you. I think, as you can see in the chat, a lot of people seem to agree with you on that. This was supposed to be a short session, and we even went over by 1 hour or so. I thank everybody for coming in. And this BRICS matter, I'm glad we've talked about it, and so that it will be there, and all those people that want to, understand some of what this is, and even have other knowledge from here, and pick up something from it. I want to close. Yeah, or you want to?
Let me make one point before.
Okay, go ahead.
Forefather.
You're not gonna let me rest with that one, are you?
Right.
Go ahead.
Now, I understand the previous callers' statements, but I want to issue some warnings here. BRICS is just the same as any other Western thing. Call it global South or anything. The fact that it excluded the largest economy in Africa goes to show that they are going to be using similar criteria as the rest of these other Western groups. That's one thing. Another thing is, if you look at how we've all learned how to conduct ourselves in global geopolitical circumstances, right? We have ECOWAS, where Nigeria was leading, right? Due to whatever pressures from whichever countries, I'm not going to mention them, they're willing to go and invade for a sovereign African nation using military force. So if that's the, and not just that, right? They're willing to, and they have instantiated sanctions for food, as an example, against Nigerians. And we know these sanctions don't work, but all they do is they cause African people to die. Now, if all those things are true, I'm very wary of BRICS. What BRICS will do is it will act as a it will act as a new alternative trade and partner to be allied to in certain circumstances, but it doesn't mean that they have any sort of better moral practices, right? We don't know, and to be honest, we have no reason to believe so. If we even look at Russia under the Soviet Union, they went and colonized a lot of these trash Canistani countries, right? All over the place. That's a fact, right? So, the fact that they didn't colonize us is because they didn't have a naval base. They didn't have a strong enough navy to get all the way to Africa. They had their own issues with creating their own identity by colonizing those countries around them, like, all the trash Canistani countries, right? So I guess what I'm trying to say is, when you analyze some of these groups and make some comparative analysis to the so-called West, there's no difference. Everyone here is in a rat chase world, whereby they're all trying to assert their dominance. The simple fact that Nigeria, one of the largest economies in Africa, top 3, wasn't accepted into this union goes to show exactly that this is not a so-called African or Afrocentric thing. All we can do is we can ride the chaos waves that it brings, which is an alternative trade partner, which will make the West have to assess the way that it treats Black or African countries. So that is a good thing. But ultimately, Nigeria, West Africa do need to actually utilize one currency. Whether they create one or they use something that's stable out of organic sort of emergence, it doesn't really matter. I believe in South Africa, you have the rand. South African rand is used throughout most of the countries in the SADC, right? The regional area there, and that's organic. It wasn't decided formally. Anyways, my point is simple, and I'll make my last point here is this. Nigeria does, and West Africa needs to have a currency. I don't care which currency it is, but this whole weird exchange rate where you lose 18% of the value of your money by doing trade with another African country is insane. BRICS is not the answer. It's not a solution. It is a chaos bringer, which is great. But ultimately, Africans need to find African solutions for African problems. And looking at some West outsiders as some kind of friend, it's delusional. All they can be is trade partners, and that's okay.
Yeah. Anyone who wants to have a closing statement?
Yeah, I would like to give my closing statement. I know a good percentage of people will come for me, but I'll still go ahead with that. So, Fofana, one of the ways that we can do things that will go faster, like you talk about the North Korea, I don't think we have those basic foundations to do some of those things. I will cite an example that they are doing they are bringing semiconductors in Arizona all the way from Taiwan and the likes. The first thing that they did, they went straight to Arizona State University of Arizona. You understand? They started working. They started going to their institute of research, their labs and the likes. Our universities, our technical institutions, they are all in comatose. They are dilapidated completely. These are things where we're supposed to go back and say, even though if the West closed their door, how can we make things for ourselves when we don't have all these things? You understand? All the steel mills, everything, they're all gone. And we can't just even give ourselves anything. It is going to be very, very painful. And when you talk about Nigeria, like the other guy was talking about, Nigeria being the second largest economy in Africa, or first or third, as the case may be, to some extent, you discover that what we call the multinationals are slowly leaving Nigeria. What are they doing? MTN choose to sell all their properties. MTN don't have no properties in Nigeria. They can just leave one day. It is what I call, you see, the money that people use in doing business in this present day, it's called capital flight. Where you see opportunity, you direct your money in that direction. You understand? Coke today may be very, very real. It is not the content, the product that is sell. It is the name. You understand? The investments they've put on ground. These are the things that will make Coke be very, very rich and the likes. So when you see all those big companies, you see Shell sell all their oil wells, Nigeria started buying all these things. That tell you that someday, sometime, some of these people will leave. That tell you that this market is going down slowly. You understand? Look at Kodak camera. It used to be one of the best. What happened when smartphones started coming? Not that Kodak don't know what they are doing, but there's a new business. Look at the mainstream media today. We now know that the mainstream media is causing more problem than good. Why? Because of social media. So these are all the things. It is time for us, we Africans, to go back to drawing board and look strategically how we can start preparing ourselves so that when the wars come, we can fall back with what we have. Telling us about, oh, Nigerians are well read outside Nigeria. If we still don't make those places comfortable, every Nigerian in the West, if they go back home, they're still going to leave because they also have the ideology and the mindset of the West. But if they have something that can still welcome them, if they have something that they can still appreciate and want to add it to their own knowledge, I think they will want to stay. So we have to put all those things in place. We have to revive our universities, bring back our technical schools. Basic thing, our steel mill, we have to bring all those things back, things that we can put food on our table. We have to bring back our farms. We have government supposed to support. We have to build all the silos, all the chillers, and every other thing. 90% of our product moving from the north to the south. Tomato will go rotting. You understand? Our food product go rotting. You understand? Why? Logistics. We can't even preserve food. What kind of vehicles convey goods and services from the north to the south? Ask yourself, have you seen one Sheila vehicle that will carry a banana? You understand? We eat fresh produce in America that is coming from Nicaragua, that is coming from Mexico, that is coming from Canada. The same way Canada eats fresh food that is coming from America, that is coming from Mexico. But we can't even eat fresh food that is coming from Edo to Lagos. So all these things we need to put all these things in place, like the Chinese did, so that when we close our door, we can still feed ourselves. We can still take care of ourselves. That way we can be forced to reckon. That way they will want to come and knock our door because we have something that they need. But right now it looks like we don't even have something that we need before we're talking about what we can ask for or what they can ask for. So I think it's time for us to wake up, you understand, and smell the coffee. That's my take.
Well said, Paul. That's what I want to say. Well said. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you for that. And self-reliance is something that we need to cultivate. Anyone else wants to, have a closing statement? Man of Prestige, you've not said anything for a very long time. Kezo went after you. Oswald, you want to say something before we go?
Yeah. I just have one thing to say. I would say BRICS is a very good alternative to what is happening. Regardless of the fact they did not invite Nigeria, we are very unstable. You would not invite an unstable nation into such organization. It's just growing. If foreign entities can control Nigeria, it means they are inviting someone that is unstable that would cause havoc. So them not inviting Nigeria, I think it's a good development. We should just stay where we are. We're not ready for it. That being said, I would say China and Russia, they're exercising soft power. They're not being erosive like the Americans, where it's the carrot and stick approach. No, China is coming in with soft power. They want to invest in your country. Quid pro quo. They will do for you, you will do for them. You know what you're getting. They're not telling you, oh, we don't want anything in return. Don't worry, just do your thing. Take our money, do your thing. No. They are telling you, we're giving you this money. We expect something in return, maybe 5, 10 years. It's not like you don't know what you're getting yourself into. So the BRICS is a very good development for Africans, especially because last I checked in the UN, it's only China and Russia that's advocating for Africa to have a seat because even the Africans don't want it. They are not pushing, they're not persistent enough. They're after greed, what they want. The individual leaders, they go there, luxurious cars, luxurious hotels. They're not there for an agenda for Africa, but they're just there to listen and maybe pick a side, because maybe when you pick the side of the Americans, they would let your kids come to America, attend the best schools, and line your pocket with money. So I am down for BRICS all the way.
I
That's my
think,
2 cents.
yeah, I think you have a point. I agree with you. The BRICS organization is not that straightforward. The UFC, are you there? And UFC is not there. He's probably resting. Jagun, have you had a closing statement?
Not as yet. I would like one.
Okay.
Again, I would like to thank the panel and everybody in the chat for coming to the table here and listening and contributing. My closing statement is BRICS is important. I would like to underline the fact that we keep saying Nigeria wasn't invited. Nigeria were invited. They were the first African nation to be thought to be included from the Chinese and Indian. We were the first of the Africans. We refused it for whatever reason. Okay. So we find ourselves where we are. BRICS is not necessarily, or does not necessarily have to be an Afrocentric thing. It has to be an alternative to the fiat lie of the economy that we are now in. In the planet today, where there is real money, you're talking about the Arab nations, you're talking about China, you're talking about mainly those two countries who are mainly those two areas that are financially secure in many ways. Where Africa has power is in its people, firstly, and in what lies under our ground, secondly. Now, these two things together are extremely powerful. Unfortunately, we aren't making much use of them. The population size of Nigeria is a force to be reckoned with, which is why the BRICS nations wanted Nigeria involved. Now, I would say that with the likes of what's going on in Niger, where they want to have their third world war in our land, which we should not allow. The separating countries between the East and West, Russia and Wagner Group, and then French, America, the EU and England all put together. These people are squabbling over our land. We need to understand that because there are these different peoples, different economies vying for our heads, if you like, we now need to be unafraid of what's going on and pursue the fact that we can basically be able to choose between the good and the bad of them. We are the choice. We are the choice makers, and we don't need to be pushed or cajoled into any of their thinking. We need to bring up our own thinking. What suits us? What's best for us? What's edifying for us and our people? If we do this, we stand a chance. If we don't, we remain slaves. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jago. Thank you for coming in. I really appreciate it. You know, who else is Black Experience? You want to have a closing statement? You have something to?
Not really, but I just want to thank you. So Nigeria, people don't say it enough. You spend a lot of time bringing people together to like exchange ideas and to just discuss things. You know, you go to a lot of platforms and people don't thank you enough because you spend your personal time to do this. And it is appreciated. Trust me, it is well appreciated. And this is just about that. Just keep doing it, and know that we that are on the comment section that are watching, we also appreciate the fact that you're on live and we can interact with each other. I just want to thank you for that. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate
I
you.
agree.
Thank you.
Tonight, we really appreciate you. You spend hours every day streaming for hours and hours every single day. And, we appreciate that. You work hard and you have to be given this. Yeah. Shout out.
Okay, so when this guy is thanking for something, you're never so sure whether he's thanking
No.
you.
Like for real. Even though we are attacking on the comment section, we are attacking because we are communicating with you. We're showing our frustration. We're trying to educate ourselves and also educate you. So as I'm trying to educate, I'm also learning a lot. I learn so much from everybody. So don't think it's personal. It's just what we do in the comment section. We fight each other. That's what we do.
Thank you, Black Experience. I appreciate that. It's good to put a voice and a logo to that type chat messages. It's good to do that. And Kezo, I really appreciate you coming in here. And Black man of prestige. Kezo seems to have managed to keep him quiet for quite a while now. I don't know. UFC, thank you for coming in. And let me just shout out to the the people in the chat. Bebe Rodriguez, thank you for coming in. A for real, I see you there. Ken Riba, thank you for coming in. American Black, where's that? This is American Black Holocaust Survival. Thank you for coming in. AY, I see you. Well, Caesar Music, I see you there. Maddy Peace. Who else? Work Zeleke. 2019. Thank you for coming in. Zarabanda. I don't know who that is. Zarabanda. That's the first time I've seen the name there. Thank you for coming in. I'm sure I'm missing a lot of people because there's 2 channels. So I'm not sure the messages are all coming together. Yep, 29. Yeah, I think I've caught all these names before. Henry Johnson. Thank you for coming in. Provide triggers of evolution. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate your time. Not everybody has time to listen. MD2V4. Thank you for being here. That's that. MD Ekusun Debango. Thank you for coming in. Who else? Boaz Biggie. Thank you for joining us today. Tribe of Judah Lion. Thank you for coming in too and listening to us. Yeah, there are quite a few variations today, so thank you for coming in, everyone, and I really appreciate your time. And this discussion, I'm a little bit paranoid. That's why I brought it, because I have to be watching this video with a side eye a little bit, because the content that they chose, if I can circulate on the map, and we are not part of it, people need to ask questions, and we will see what happens next year and the coming years. Yeah. So I will close us out now.
Hey, Forefather, you forget to thank 2 Naija for coming in.
Oh my God, I was like thanking myself for coming in. Thank you for coming in. JT Chinansa Okengu. Thank you for coming in. Yeah, different people showing up. I really appreciate that because it's all short notice, and BRICS, we have to keep an eye on all these things. And I hope our leaders are listening to some of all these things we are talking about, because this is what they need to be doing. Keep an eye on the dial. We have to be real time here. This slow motion movement development that they are giving to us is not going to cut it. I'm tired of looking for postal order to get my passport renewed, and 5 months to renew a passport. Power supply nowhere to be seen. It's just security is not there. No, man, that needs to change. And these conversations is going to start laying the groundwork for all these things. We are all many of us are already engaged on the ground in Nigeria, and it's a matter of getting a little bit more organized and doing all the people are getting organized in Nigeria. I think there was one other group again I heard about in Nigeria. They are looking to hold appointees accountable, ministers accountable. That's their job. They said if the ministers misbehave, they will start campaigning for them to be removed from office. that they're going to be monitoring them and questioning them almost every day. So you can see that people are beginning to get active on the ground, and these people tend to be from the diaspora. I don't know where they are from, these people, but I suspect they are from the diaspora too, because people in Nigeria will be too scared to go and start challenging ministers. They get 7 head. If you go and challenge ministers, are you not going to go home before they go and send police to come and carry you? So all those things, but I'm glad people are becoming more active and trying to challenge the status quo in Nigeria. I just saw Ike Ogamen. Thank you for coming in. Ogiamen. Ike Ogamen. Thank you for coming. That's Edo brother. Tiger in the city. Alozie, thank you for coming in. And we kept it clean today too. So I really appreciate everybody for coming in. UFC, Jargon, Man of Prestige, Horsefall, and Paul, as always. You delivered today too. Thank you. And people are learning a lot from your vast reserve of knowledge that you have. You know, and whenever you talk, say anything, you tend to put a human face to whatever you are describing. So I really appreciate your time here. Thank you for coming in. So till next time, bye all.
Take care. Thank you.
Take care.
Please watch your comments. Watch your comments where you're typing, because YouTube has been saying we should respect the community standard.